Thank you. And then another reminder to work group members on Zoom, if you could rename yourself, include your organizational affiliation for this project. Reserve the chat only when requested or if needed for access, and for work group members only. So if you're a member of the public or a non-work group member, we ask that you kind of clear the airwaves and not put stuff in the chat. And really, there's no guarantee that we're going to be able to track everything. So the best option is to use your virtual hand if you want to get into the discussion. And I'm monitoring on my screen, and Jenna is as well. So we're hoping between us, we'll be able to make sure that we're all together, even if it is a little awkward having half of us in the room and half of us on Zoom. And today, the agenda, we sent it out in advance. We also sent out some materials, kind of hot off the press yesterday. We will walk through everything. So the intention was not that you had to have deeply studied everything that we sent you, but all of those materials are also up on the webpage. So for those that are tracking along, you can grab those materials from the webpage. And today the focus will be really sort of resuming some of the deliberative conversations that had begun last time. We need to revisit briefly this question of kind of high level concept around a tiered approach for place-based. We want to then spend time, as we've been planning, to really go through what place-based planning recognition of a plan and implementation supports might look like in an evolved state of place-based planning. So the department has pulled a number of materials together to help ground us all in that. That's a lot of the material that was sent to you yesterday. That'll take up the bulk of the morning. We'll take a break at 12:30 for lunch and for 45 minutes. And then we'll resume in the afternoon with more conversation or recognition of a plan and implementation. We'll come back to a conversation that was had around the system level recommendations and a small group that works on behalf of all of you to pull some, basically a proposal forward that we can look at today. And that'll be for conversation. And then as time permits, we have a number of other issues that we still need to address. And that includes potentially an updated proposal regarding clarifying the state's role and responsibilities for place-based planning. My understanding is maybe, Kimberly, there'll be some refined language coming next time on that. Okay. And then on the community engagement guide, one of the asks was that they write up a purpose statement. What really is the purpose of the guide that would help people sort of clarify what's its intended use. So being really clear about that. That shows up actually in some of the conversation on the system level discussion as well. So we will have some time to talk about that. We're still waiting to get some refinement language back on the particular principle related to tribal engagement. And so that is a piece that's not quite complete on the community engagement guide. So as time permits, we'll dive into some of that, but we have spent a lot of time on the guide. So I think there's other issues that we need to prioritize for this discussion today. And then we'll make sure we have time at the end to really kind of do a check-in on what's the status of all of this work right now, and what can we anticipate will be showing up in version 3 of the straw that OWRD is drafting on your behalf. And what the heck are we doing after that? So we'll make sure we have some time at the end to figure out where we're at after this discussion and make some choices about how to proceed over the short time that we have together remaining in the process. So with that, I'd like to invite one of your process leadership team members, Meg Reeves, Chair of the Water Resources Commission, who wanted to share a few opening remarks with the group today. So I believe you're with us, Meg. Nice to see you. And just a quick, if you're on Zoom and you're having a hard time hearing us at any point, just make sure you flag it for me or Jenna, and we'll again slow down and get people to speak a little louder, so we can all be in this discussion together. Just really appreciate everybody being here today. So go ahead, Meg.
Thank you, Robin. Sound check. Can people hear me okay? Good. Okay, thank you. So as Robin said, I'm Meg Reeves. I'm the chair of the Water Resources Commission, and I'm In that capacity, I'm a member of the process leadership team for this effort that you are all engaged in. And I wanted to start by just thanking each of you again for taking this on for the benefit of the state. You know, we just commend you for bringing your time, your energy, and your substantial brain power to the table. So the process leadership team met after the last meeting, as we do after each meeting, and we check in on with each other about progress and challenges. And we talked again about the focus of your work and our hopes for what topics, advice we'll get from the report that you're working on. And as you know, in August, the process leadership team affirmed the proposal that the group would focus on recommendations and advice for kind of improvements to place-based planning process. So I'm here today really on behalf of the team to urge you in the time you have remaining to really focus on getting us your best advice on place-based planning. I recognize that that presents challenging issues, but we're just asking you to please not give up on them. You have in your materials today a document that's titled Facilitators Summary, Tracking and Status on Substantive Topics, and it's dated November 1st of 2022. In the second section of that document, bolded in blue, there is a list of place-based planning tool recommendations. And the process leadership team would really value a better understanding of the topics that are listed there. So I just want to encourage you to really fully air those topics today and in the upcoming meetings with an eye toward bringing more clarity about each topic and cohesiveness to all of those items, or whichever ones stay in the list, as a part of a whole package with respect to place-based planning. And more specifically, your agenda today includes discussion of recognition of a plan and implementation. And I know the process leadership team really hopes to get your best advice on this topic. We currently use the language of recognition to describe how the state determines that a plan meets established criteria. But the question really is, what does it mean for the state to recognize a plan? What are the benefits to local communities of plan recognition? And the Water Resources Commission is the entity under the current setup that makes the decision as to whether a plan gets recognized or not. So we do that function. And I can tell you that we do not know the answer to the question, what's the significance of recognition of this plan? And if we hope to have a robust system of place-based planning in Oregon, communities need to know going in, at least in broad contours, what they can expect from the state in terms of help implementing a recognized plan. So as I said earlier, I know that getting to consensus on these issues is challenging, but please don't give up on this aspect of place-based planning because it's very important to us. And please bring us your best advice about the significance of recognition and the state's role in implementation. So that is my pitch, and I'm going to get off the screen now and let you get back to work. Thank you so much.
All right, and just if you are in the room and you want to get with me, this is a really good visual for me to see that you want to talk. All right. Okay, so Peggy.
Okay.
Thank you, Meg.
Peggy Lynch, League of Women Voters. So listening to Meg's admonishment, the concern that I have is right now, because it's the Water Resources Commission that recognizes the place-based planning, and yet there are multiple agencies that are that may be responsible and or may be able may enact the plan. It's just that's an opening. I don't have an answer. I just want to lay it on the table that somehow or another there has to be a link if the Water Resources Commission is the one recognizing the plan, besides their roles that they have and their funding and their grant programs, how might that connection go to DEQ or to the ag or ODFW or others or DSL? So I don't have an answer, just something to lay on the table.
Yeah, and I think something to explore today in the conversation about what this all means. That, you know, what you're hearing is there's not a lot of structure around it. And so if you have your best advice around that, maybe that's a piece of it. Adam?
Thank you. Yeah,
Nice to meet you.
I'm just going to respond to Peggy and say that the pilots, place-based planning pilots, I think that's what I was going to say the same thing, probably better, but for our place-based planning plan, it went through review by other state agencies before it was approved by so I think there was this nexus, which should be applied here as well. Because it would, I wouldn't expect OWLD to have that kind of authority over the plan. Ultimately, it would be but not without the concurrence, I guess, which is what we expect to see.
So let's get into that in a little bit, just so we can, because we will be having this conversation in a little bit. Adam's very soft spoken, so invitation to speak up just a little bit.
I know. Clarify the last comment for the folks on Zoom.
To summarize, it's that the pilots did undergo a multi-state agency review before they were put before the commission for recognition. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay, and we'll get into more of that discussion in a little bit. So any other just quick comments about what Meg had to say? Go ahead.
I just had a process question.
Process
I think maybe fits in with what Meg had to say, which is, you know, I think we have been working under the understanding that, like, we're not crafting legislative language. We're, you know, coming up with recommendations that will be in a report. But I'm also aware that Representative Owens has a placeholder for this work group, and so I just would like to hear, I don't know if Representative Owens is on, or Meg or Raquel, like how this work nests with the possible LC. And the reason I'm asking is just because I think that, you know, if it were just to be lifted and put into an LC, we might be a little more nitpicky on the words. Yeah.
Definitions.
Right, yeah. So that's the reason for the question.
So a general question about how the recommendations from the work group would or would not nest within a specific legislative concept group with regards to place-based planning. Is that
Yeah,
the
yeah,
question?
for this group, I think the LC is tied to this.
Okay, and I did get word from Representative Owens that there was a traffic issue on a highway, so he wasn't able to join when he wanted to, so he's not with us today. I don't know if Meg wants to speak to that at all. It's not really a question for you, but or maybe Raquel wants to say something about that.
Yeah, I can't speak for Representative Owens. I think that in terms of the LC that the department has, we're looking at the work from this work group, and we're not gonna pick it up verbatim, right? So, or let me restate it. We're not interpreting this work group recommendations to be what you're saying should be in statute. We still believe that it's gonna provide general guidance, but I don't know that you need to think that it is the legislative language. Does that make sense?
I would just add that even if we were perfected it, LC was going to change it.
Yeah,
Anyway.
exactly.
So we could have the biggest tone that was dialed in, and they will not get it right.
I think we should all.
I say that with
see
love.
that, you know, we're still gonna need to be working through the legislative. This should provide the guidelines, right?
So just real quick, Daniel has his hand up, and then for Kate and others who were curious, who is in the room? I'm just going to, because they can't really see you, so can we just do a quick round of just say who you are and who you're representing? Just for the folks on the Zoom.
Bob Reese with the Northwest Guides and Anglers Association.
Raquel Rancier, Oregon Water Resources Department.
Anton Kiono, Umatilla Tribes.
Kimberly Priestley, Water Watch of Oregon. Sean Ferrari, Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife.
Jeff Stone, Oregon Association of Nurseries.
Kelly Timchak, Curry Watersheds Partnership. Peggy Lynch, League of Little Daughters of Oregon.
Margaret Magruder, Association of Oregon Counties.
And Jennifer Weigel, Department of Environmental Quality.
Adam Deminger, Sorok Water District, representing the Special Districts Association of Oregon.
Good job.
Lauren Moore, Oregon Farm Bureau.
Heather Bartlett, Cow Creek Band of Umpqua Tribe of Indians. And then you've got Robin and Jenna in the room as well. And I'll try to call names when I call on people in the room, so you know who's talking. I'll do better, I promise. So Daniel, who's on Zoom with us.
Yeah, thanks. I wanted to address what Meg had said, and it kind of dovetails in something I've been thinking about a lot recently, and that is that a lot of what we've talked about so far in terms of, I guess, recognition and what that would entail comes down to funding, right? We talked a lot about, different groups having access to state funding for planning and all of that. And I think that's probably something that a lot of us would agree would be part of the whole recognition piece. But it occurs to me that we definitely need to have something that goes beyond that, because we know that the state is going to have to respond to whatever crisis is at hand. And so there may be no funding as a result of this. So I would really hope that our group will have some recommendations about what this whole recognition process means if there is no funding. Thank you.
Okay. I'm sorry, go ahead. Nikki. Oh, Kate. Nikki's not with us right now. Kate.
Thanks. Thanks, and thanks, Commissioner Reeves, for your words. And I guess just one question, maybe we'll get into it later, but from my perspective, happy to hammer out more clarity on the place-based plan elements that you mentioned. I'm just curious, we had a fair amount of, I don't know if you call it consensus, but strong support for also making some system-wide recommendations that extended beyond place-based planning into state planning in general. And I'm just wondering if it's still valuable to spend time on that from the planning leadership team perspective, in addition to the place-based planning clarity.
Thank you, Kate. Robin, okay if I respond to this question? Okay, thanks. I think that I think that the whole process leadership team sees value in the work that you've already done on the system level work like this. If you look at this chart, it's pretty well laid out in that chart what your recommendations are going to be. I think I'm just asking, you don't have a lot of time left to finish this job, and it's not me, we are asking you to basically turn your attention to the place-based aspects to try to get some fully fleshed out recommendations. You've got some fully fleshed out, I think, reasonably well fleshed out recommendations on system level water planning and management recommendations, and to kind of move your focus is what I'm suggesting to the place-based planning.
Thank you for that clarity.
Thank you.
All right, so I did put together a little bit of a tracker too, and it's not what you're recommending. It's not a consensus document. It's simply a tracking of what we think the substantive topics that are at play in your process right now. And we divided them into some system-wide recommendations that are being proposed, actually kind of crafted and proposed for today's conversation. And then there's a section on the kind of elements of place-based planning evolution or optimizing pieces that you have been discussing and that are at play. So that's what that tracking document is. And I'd like to just make sure we reserve some time at the end of today's discussion to do a, where are we at with the status of the conversations? Because you may have evolved those conversations, I hope, today in the discussions, and we'll see where things are at. But that's really just a tracking tool. So I just want to be really clear that that was not any indication that this is your consensus document by any stretch. It's a tracking of what the substantive topics at play are, because as Meg suggested, we have to funnel toward what actually are you going to address in your report. And this is what we think is at play for your report. So with that, I think we'll move into the substance. I do see Donna has her hand up, and then we'll get into it. Go ahead, Donna.
Thank you. I appreciate the work that we're doing here. And I thank Chairman Reeves for her comments there. And I just wanted to share the end of the resolution that the Oregon Water Resource Commission, when they recognized our plan, the last few sentences. It says, whereas information contained in the plan will inform future updates to the IWRS. Whereas implementation of the plan will help meet the state's in-stream and out-of-stream water needs and support Oregon's economy. Its re-owned wildlife and nature, bountiful agriculture products, and healthy and livable communities as described in the IWRS. Now therefore be it resolved, we, the undersigned members of the Oregon Water Resource Commission, hereby recognize the importance of this partnership. And so it kind of, in that recognition, talks about, you know, what should follow. So I appreciate being able to speak about that. Thank you.
All right, and like I said, the department will be doing a pretty thorough overview. Lily is with us today, but Lily could not be here in person. We're sorry that you can't be with us in person, Lily, but she's with us and will be presenting on all the materials that are really grounding in some of the stuff that we've been talking about. So we can launch together in an informed way on this discussion. So with that, I'm going to ask us to move into the agenda. And we're going to start with circling back around to the discussion that you had 2 weeks ago at your October 20th meeting. There was a proposal idea on the table. Dan Thorndike spoke to it. Dan had some help in thinking through it, and that's what was brought to the conversation last time. And it was kind of two-part, and it was based on where we had heard some early alignment earlier in October from this group about the place-based planning grant, how it should be structured, what it should kind of look like. And there were two parts to it that we have to sort of tease out a little bit. One was it should be competitive, and it should have some qualifying criteria associated with it. So that's one piece of it. The other piece of it was, should it be tiered in structure to allow for different on and off ramps for both the communities that are doing the planning, but also the state in determining, you know, do we open the gate to the next round of supports or funding or whatnot? So that was the intention behind this, if I may speak for the small group who I listened in on. And I think what Dan shared with you last time. We didn't get super far in the conversation around that, but we wanted to just check in and see if there's, you know, still basic alignment around these two pieces, and figure out if there's energy to do more on detailing these things out. So I just want to show you the agenda again, because this is really clearly what we're asking for this item, which is the current sort of aligned, early aligned concept, if you will, is that the grant should be competitive with established criteria for accessing place-based planning funds, and should be tiered with different qualifications to provide different on-ramps for groups with varying levels of capacity and resources. The first alignment check is, do you give permission to move this forward as written? You know, if you were to do nothing more with this, is this something that is worthy of putting into your recommendations? And If yes, then we figure out if we're gonna do more work on the other two pieces. And I just want to pause for a moment and ask Dan and any of the small group members that worked on this. You heard the conversation last time. Have you given any thought to your desires to make changes, refine, or do anything more with what you presented at the last meeting?
I suppose I've given thought to it, but haven't come up with any.
Put you on the spot.
Yeah, nothing specific to add. Looking at the language, at first I thought it was a little awkward, to say tiered with different qualifications, but I think that does incorporate what we're talking about there. And I think so long as I think we understand that, whatever, and I know it comes up in the agenda there too, whether we want to get into more detail on that. I don't think we do, because I think it'd be kind of bottomless, and that's probably bit better handled through some kind of rulemaking or something. But
Which piece?
I think it incorporates our earlier discussions about these groups being representative of the places, broad-based representation of all the stakeholders in a particular area. And I think with that, I think it's, it wouldn't add anything more to it. And I think what you wrote here kind of states that basic premise of there just being different on-ramps, different, tiered structures for folks, these groups that have different capacities and are in different places in their planning process.
Okay, Jeff and then Kimberly.
Yeah, I was not able to be in there on the 20th. I was pleased actually to see this language, because I think it kind of calls the question on place-based planning. Because I think you need to have folks with different abilities to be able to enter into it. So it's just not the people who are the most well-heeled in attention. I also think it puts the right emphasis on local engagement. Because in the end, when it gets all the way through the process, if you have people who are opposing it that said I was shunned out of the process, it makes it feel like we didn't do enough thinking on the front end. Even though they may disagree with certain things, that's different than being being able to have different ways to interact on this process.
Kimberly and then Margaret.
So my thought in looking at this language is I actually liked when it was two different concepts. I think they are different concepts. One is really simple, just the state, develops criteria or prioritization, whatever the word is, for the program. And then, and Dan, maybe this is a question for you. I'm not sure everyone is thinking the tiered approach is the same thing. And so when you first brought it up, what I imagined was, so how it's worked before and how I thought it was going to work moving forward was, the state had an open application period. Everyone who was interested would come in and apply. And, in these documents this round, I think we have some suggestions to make that a better process, to help people sort of come to the table. But anyway, so say you have 20 groups that come in with applications, then the state picks whatever, 4. And then those are the designated place-based plans, and then they go through the system. And so when you first brought up the idea of tiered, I thought, oh, well, that just means, you've got a community in Lakeview who's sort of new to the process, and or you've got the Deschutes on the other hand. And so they would come in at different levels and have different, their needs might be different. But I think that's different than if you're anticipating that groups can come in outside of the open application process. And so I just am unclear about what impact we're talking about. So
Do you want to clarify,
Dan,
Dan, or
piece before.
I have no idea. I mean, I'm not even sure what you're talking about. Is this open, like an open season kind of thing?
Well, last time they like their other grant programs, they opened it up, they announced it to the world via their listserv and said, if you want to apply for this, the deadline is March 1. And then they chose. So that's different than like groups just coming in whenever they want money for this or that.
Sure, but I think realistically, and, you know, I always have to kind of go back to the OWEB model. I mean, you have different grant cycles, different amounts of money, you know, are available in a grant cycle. And in that case, there are sort of different allocations of money set aside for project implementation on one side, technical assistance on the other, which is kind of more what we're talking about. On the big projects, when it was open for FIPS, for the focused investment projects, you had a specific category for people to just come in for capacity grants, again, with the set of money. So I think, you know, operationally, as much as I'd probably like to have just a flexible rolling thing for when people are ready, that's probably not realistic. And it's going to be something that looks more like a, you know, here's the time period, and there's going to be some self-selection on, and hopefully, you know, once those qualifications are kind of set out, there'll be some self-selection on whether a new group thinks it is ready to go up for the full meal deal, or thinks it needs a lesser amount of money to be able to get ready for the next time, you know, going on. Or it might be another basin, it might be a data issue. Where, I mean, I think you have to have some flexibility in what this tier means. I mean, it might be you have a group that's pretty ready and has capacity, but there's very little information about the basin. So you need, you know, that could be a different tier to just get X amount of money out there to get that baseline data there without, and from which there would then be, you know, some informed decision on actually planning for the basin. So, you know, again, operationally, I think you're going to have these on-ramp, or these times, yeah, where you're going to say there's this period of time, but I think you're going to have some flexibility in terms of what people have their ability to apply for. I don't know if that helps.
Margaret.
I have some concerns about the initial grant perhaps being competitive. I would like to see it have established criteria for accessing so that it makes it a little bit more available to everyone. If you don't have any capacity to start out with, I think it makes it challenging for people to present competitive applications perhaps. So if we had established criteria, you meet these criteria, and then you can have $150,000. But then you have to prove yourself in order to move through the tiers.
Yeah, I think competitive, this kind of came up before, really just kind of reflects the fact there's not going to be an open pot of money, an unlimited amount of money for any of those categories. So it just recognizes that there's got to be something. I don't know when you call it competitive or some other word that might sound less competitive.
I looked for synonyms, but none of them seem to be appropriate. So it seemed to me if you have a very strict established criteria for accessing the first tier, and then, you know, if you screw up, you don't really get to access the second tier if we did a tiered process.
Yeah, well, that'd work if you know you had unlimited funding.
Right, well, yes, yeah, if you had unlimited funding, certainly, but I don't know that we'll have, if we could get the legislature to provide a solid amount of money, I think that maybe, and we proved ourselves and people proved themselves that we could move forward in a way that would be less perhaps competitive. So I'll keep working on a word to replace competitive. But I think if you make the criteria daunting enough, that moves people toward an effective process.
So I've got a comment from Daniel. Kristen's hand is up, and Kelly, and then Kimberly. So Daniel's suggestion is think about maybe the OM focused investment partnership as a model, 2 levels of grants, If the result of the smaller grant is accepted, you're invited to apply for the larger grant. So I think that's a little different than maybe the assumption that Kimberly was making, which is you have a suite of offerings at the season that it's open. And you get slotted into one of those based on how your application is, right? Is that what you're assuming?
Yes and no. I mean, I guess we need to be protective of the groups that are chosen, because I think as we saw this round, you know, it took many years to move through these. And so
Right.
if the state were to, they picked 4 for the next round, if I were in one of those groups and I followed all the rules and met all the checkpoints, I would want certainty that I would be funded all the way through.
Right.
And so what's confusing me is, and maybe I'm just not understanding what people are saying, but it sounds like some people are thinking, regardless of the fact that those 4 were chosen at whatever level, whether it's Lakeview or Lakeview or some of them, that there is then another opportunity for people who might want to start. And I think that's, given the limited funding pot, that's where there's a disconnect for me on this year. And it may just be that I'm not understanding. But I just want to protect the groups that are chosen, because if they spend 5 years doing all the, you know, initial stuff, I would think the state should have to fund them for the next 3 years to finish.
So let me just ask, before we go to the next question or comment, back to the small group that worked on this. Does that resonate with what your intentions were behind this idea? What Kimberly just suggested, which is,
You know, it was kind of hard to hear Kimberly a bit. So I lost a little bit in terms of what exactly the distinction is we're trying to make here.
Can you hear me now? Is this better? Sorry.
Better.
I was, and I can't remember everything I said, but basically, I think the basic point is we want to protect the groups that are chosen. You know, say for instance, the state opens up applications, they choose 4 more. We need a system that will ensure that as long as those folks are meeting, you know, checking the boxes and meeting the criteria, that they get the funding all the way through the process. And I'm having a hard time dovetailing that with a tiered approach, which I think, you know, there's a tiered approach in that you have different levels coming in at that one time period, versus the state picks these 4, and then you have other groups saying, hey, I'm ready to do this, I want to come in and compete for funding. And given that will likely be a limited pot of money, I just want to make sure any recommendations don't undermine the initial place-based planning group, just because, you know, as we've seen in the 4 pilots, it's a lot of work, and it would be really, I think, sad and unpopular if they were cut off 3 quarters of the way through.
Right. So in other words, if you had like a grant kind of one cycle, then the next one, you wouldn't have new groups coming into that second one that would somehow override the investment that was made in the first batch of successful applicants to the place-based.
Yeah.
That's what you're concerned about.
Yeah, and the other concern, just to throw out there, is we're not just talking about money, we're talking about state resources, right? We're talking about state staff being at the table, state generating the data. So it's not just money, it's staff.
Okay, Jeff, you kind of had a facial expression around but it sounded like maybe you were agreeing with what Kimberly described, which is the suggestion of a tiered approach is that you have different offerings at the outset of the cycle, and that different groups might be coming in at different levels based on their needs and situation, let's say. Does that resonate for what you were thinking when you helped craft this?
Well, I think everybody's coming from the right place in terms of making sure that the work that is started has a reasonable chance of being completed. My thing is making sure that we don't structurally put something in place that maybe only the Deschutes can do it.
Right.
And we look at Lakeview, who wants to understand how to do it. And so we had talked, and I don't know how much this translated to my fellow small group members, but oftentimes you'll do a pre-consulting deal where you go in and you have the list of things that you ought to have in a place-based plan. Now, whether or not it's a Cadillac version or, a checklist of 5 things, but they should be able to have access to that in order to try to get their, because we all agree that planning is better than not, right? So the question I have, honestly, and maybe because my wife's a financial aid person, but there's the full cost of attendance versus what tuition is. Right, so are we talking about the full cost? Because I have two in college, so I'm leading out, right? So the full cost is different than, whether or not you get scholarships to cover your tuition. So the question is to this group, are we doing full cost of attendance? Are we doing tuition reimbursement? And hate to confuse it even more, but that I'm living it. So maybe that's the example that I would use. And I'd be curious to my fellow teammates what your thought is there, because I like the idea of attaching money. But we are fooling ourselves if we think there's going to be a crap ton of money. That's a technical term. So how do we structure it so that it has a reasonable chance to succeed?
Okay.
Did I agree or did I disagree? I don't.
No, I think I agree.
Okay.
Yeah.
Principally, I think you basically are agreeing. So Kristen, then Kelly, Anton, and Adam, are you still up? Okay, Margaret and Adam.
She's just gonna leave them.
I took it down and.
Okay, I said Margaret.
But I
Okay,
think Anton's probably gonna say what I was gonna say.
okay, well, we're starting with Kristen.
If not, I'm like.
We're gonna start with Kristen. She's been in the queue for a while. Go ahead.
All right. One thing that I don't know if we've really discussed or is fully captured, apologies if it is already, but when I think about the OWEB FIT program as a model for this, it has 2 decision-making criteria in my mind that are embedded. One is this group ready and eligible? Do they have the right makeup? Do they have their operating protocols? Are they going to work in good collaboration? Do they have the diverse interests? So it's all about kind of that partnership that's coming together and whether the OWEB board thinks they're ripe and ready to be successful. The second set of criteria, though, are around the priorities that OWEB has for resource uplift, be it fisheries recovery or sage grouse or whatever the ecological things that they're trying to focus on are. So there's also the criteria of prioritizing their investment in alignment with the issues that they have the greatest concern or interest in addressing. And so I think as we imagine a tiered approach in this space, I would expect there'd probably be both of those considerations as well. There's the who is the group? Do they have the right makeup? Is the potential here to check all of the boxes for in-stream and out-of-stream balanced use, those kinds of things. But secondly, is this group working on an issue and at a geography and a scale that's a priority for water planning? Should also be, I think, part of that decision-making criteria at both a first tier and a second tier in my mind.
I think loosely you all talked about it last time as based on need and opportunity for success. Very loosely based, and there was a mixed bag of responses around how much more detail this group feels you want to put into what those considerations should be, i.e. criteria, as opposed to saying generally it should be structured a certain way and that there should be criteria developed around these things that are very clear and, you'll have different degrees of what you want them to look like. So there has been some conversation about a very high level of it should be based on need and opportunity. Just to reflect back where you are at in the conversation.
Yeah, sorry to speak over you, Robin. Tricky online. I thought you were pausing. So I think it gets to that heart of the prioritization discussion that's popped up in a few different spaces. There's prioritization amongst groups and applicants, and then there's prioritization around issues and investments on a statewide basis. And I don't know that we've really tackled that one adequately as a group, and I don't know that we have the time and capacity. So it might be that all this group can do is make recommendations that, you know, these are areas of prioritization that should be considered. And, you know, it's another group or body or commission or something that wrestles with exactly how to do that. But I think it is important to distinguish that, you know, a group that's addressing on a broad scale, sort of a fundamental water crisis issue with all of the diverse stakeholders that need to be there is probably something that's going to rank higher than a planning group that's focused just around one single issue, likely that doesn't have, you know, a reach to settle a broader set of issues for multiple stakeholders would be an example. In my mind, but I mean, others may totally disagree, which is why probably that conversation around how prioritization happens is something that needs to happen, maybe not in this group, but at some point in the allocation.
Thanks, Kristen. Kelly.
Thanks for saying that, Kristen. That was actually one of my former comments, and then I put it down. But that's great. I was just thinking part of it would be based on, you know, the state's need and their priorities as well. The other thing, I just want to check the room on, it feels like, you know, like this has never happened in my experience as a grant writer and someone who funds all their work through grants, is that like you cannot do this with just one grant either. Like I don't foresee this thing being like, oh, we're going to fund everything that you do, and you know, it doesn't happen in the FIP, doesn't happen anywhere, good or bad as that may be. So just the reality that there are going to be a lot of other matching funds. They're going to come into play with a lot of these planning efforts too, which is why I think you can sort of do sometimes the little bit of a tiered, like you can, like that's the way the FIP, you know, you kind of get, you don't want to be stuck once you've done all your stakeholder work and partnership building and then not be able to get into it. But I do think that the state does prioritize those groups who have done that really well. And then we'll tend to stick with that and actually even help them identify other funding as well. So I see that if you're there and you're supported, you know, that you should be able to move forward. So anyway.
Thanks, Kelly. Anton and Margaret and Adam. Go ahead.
Well, I guess first apologies for having missed the last meeting, so having to play a little bit catch up, but just trying to better understand. The tiered approach is the thinking that different basins will have different needs, so we want to be able to accommodate that, and that generally an accurate characterization. Yes, no?
Yes.
Yes, for me.
So, and then again, another dumb question. Now, the original place-based planning grant were lump sums, weren't they? So is there any reason why basins could present a budget in their application to say this is what we anticipate needing, and not necessarily the whole lump sum or whatever? And could that be a way of getting it to approach the basins, saying this is what we anticipate we need? The shoots might not need funds for something, but they could probably need funds for everything.
Anton, can I ask you a question about
Yes.
that? So are you talking about like gap funding? So if you think about a project, right, and you're 80% way there, you're looking for the additional 20. Is that what you should be able to declare if this is a gap funding request that fits all these other criteria and versus the whole enchilada?
Yeah, I think some basins probably just need that gap funding, whereas others probably need the whole enchilada. So if you have a basin, it's on place-based criteria, can they just say, well, we'd like to apply for this funding, but here's our budget, what we need. And so would that kind of be getting at this tiered approach notion?
Are you talking about whether or not, I mean, I would ask Bob, I mean, I hear you say, should they be eligible? That's how I hear it. And my view is I don't think we're ratcheting every bolt to the ship. So I think we should say what our intent is. So if our intent is to allow gap funding, then I think we just come out and say it. And I don't have, I don't know about you guys, but I don't have a problem.
I feel like the intent for the utility tribes should be to try to promote planning efforts, the criteria of base-based plan. Could influence those criteria, so they're good, strong criteria, collaborative, multiple stakeholders, industry, industry, balance. So I think the intent I'm representing is to try to promote planning that meets those criteria. But certainly you don't want to penalize basins that are doing that and meet those criteria, but might be farther along the road. So anyway, if these are just dumb questions, in this last meeting.
No, I guess the last one too, so I think it's a smart question.
All right. Anyway, just posing that up and just trying to better understand the theory of structure. But
Well, I wonder if, I do see everybody's hands up, but a quick check with the department, as you're hearing this conversation, how different is this from how you approach the pilot phase with the grants?
My recollection is that we did have them propose a budget, but there was we didn't know what it was gonna take, right, at the end of the day. And we allocated within the budget that we had, and so if it is general fund dollars, if it's in our base budget, then there's a likelihood that we will have that money down the line, right, unless there's budget cuts. But place-based planning has not been in our base budget, which means every biennium we have to go to the legislature and ask for more money. And so with these, projects taking several biennia, that meant that every biennium, there was uncertainty as to whether or not these groups would be, getting funding or not. So I think that we didn't really run it as a gap funding. We did try to choose some groups that we thought would be farther along and some that we knew had a high need, but were kind of just starting the process. I guess the other thing I would say about the gap funding is what's your expectations for the state being at the table, right? So if you've got 15 place-based planning groups, you're going to have to staff accordingly if you want the state at the table for that.
Thanks. Margaret and Adam.
Kelly and Anton did articulate some of the things that I was thinking, and I don't think that we are expecting the state to fund entirely place-based planning, just like if you're doing a large project of any kind, you reach out to a variety of funding sources, but you've got to have that initial funding to get you going and build the capacity to make some progress. And I think we have to be very careful about doling this out too slowly. Place-based water planning in Oregon has been talked about only for the last 100 years. And we haven't made a whole lot of progress on it. And I think as we grow and our economy tries to grow, that we really seriously need to get water planning accomplished so that we have a basis to work from.
I just want to comment on a couple of things. I think that we're all circling this conversation nicely. I think that I don't want to put too much onus on the state, but I think with funding, it really doesn't matter how we look at it. It's going to be competitive in nature because it's limited, and just as capacity is limited on the state. With respect to staffing to help basin region plan for water. I think that when I recall the initial process for place-based planning, we did come to the table with a budget. We found out through that budget process, and I think this is where I think the state needs to introduce a consultation process to help those basins better understand, whether or not they qualify, or if they meet the qualification process, is their eligibility. And it is through that process that it becomes competitive depending on the number of applications that are presented. So I think we're all saying the same thing along that process. The one thing that I think is critical here, I think underscores everything that we're saying, is that if you begin the process, there needs to be a commitment that the funding is going to be to complete this. Yeah, there are all kinds of avenues for funding and resources that we found in our place-based planning process that were, helped us along the way, to include partnership funding, which is critical in allowing us to complete all this. So yeah, I think the nature of that whole funding process is going to trigger the need to reach out to other sources.
Okay, so that sounds like there's some general agreement around that. We haven't gotten to that level of how you're structuring this, but maybe that's one of the assumptions that we need to make sure is kind of included in whatever recommendation comes forward with regards to how you structure the grant. I'm hearing just a few things I wanted to summarize. I'm not multitasking. I was actually asking Lily.
I caught you.
I know, and I realized, so I was asking Lily if she felt like she had enough to go on to help craft, kind of put something into V3. So I just want to just real quick check to see if we have some alignment on a few pieces here. One is, let's tease out, there's two kind of distinct recommendations around this. One is that there should be qualifications for a grant that are established by the state. And what I heard add on to that, which I saw some head nodding, I want to double check, is that there should be some priorities that are established, strategic priorities that are established by the state that help to determine what those qualifications are. There's another piece of this, which is around the readiness and ability of a group to do both the kind of multi-need planning. So it's not a single focus issue, but it's also around the collaborative, the actual commitment to the partnership of the collaborative space with the state. So that is one piece of this that I'm hearing. The other piece of this is around, should there be different, a couple different tiers of the grants so that you're meeting communities where they're at with respect to need, basically need and opportunity. So if there's a Deschutes, sorry, we keep picking on the Deschutes, Kate, but that's what happens when you've been around for as long as you have, the collaborative. You have a different need and readiness than other communities who haven't done any water planning, for example. And so what you might apply for if you decided to go for a grant through place-based planning would look differently need-wise than other communities. So the idea, the intention behind the tiered approach is that, just like you said, Anton, that it's meeting basins where they're at, that you're going to come in with different levels of need. The other thing I heard was that it's an investment. We don't know how, you haven't, and the legislature hasn't determined what kind of investment of funding this would be, but the expectation is that this would be tied to other grant opportunities to support groups in doing their planning and implementation. So that's a little bit of a summary. I can't tell with your eyes if you're hungry or you don't agree with what I said, but is there any disagreement with kind of the basics of what I just said? And I'll pause for a moment to see if there are. I'm looking in the room. I'm also looking on the Zoom. Yes, Heather Bartlett has a comment.
I've not spoken up very much and I apologize. I'm better in person than on Zoom. Something that I think I have a good example of a tiered approach. So the Environmental Protection Agency, they offer grants called Wetland Program Development Grants. Tribes can apply. Within the grant, there's two tiers. The first tier is for a wetland program plan. If you're a tribe that doesn't have a wetland program, it's a good way to get kind of started and create a plan. And you generally will get funded no matter what, although they're starting to come up with some money issues and not, I mean, they don't have enough money for everyone that's wanting to do wetland program plans. And then the second tier is when you've already have your wetland program plan, you can apply for on the ground work. And a lot of that is data collection or building on different kind of pilot studies or and I think that part of the plan really works well. And it's kind of a good way for groups that are interested in water planning potentially to kind of identify that, hey, we don't have any planning, like we need to start at level 1. And then another group that might already have level 1 completed, okay, we actually really need level 2 and kind of a phased approach. I know the Umpqua Basin would be at a level 1. Our FIT planning did not go very well as a group. It was disorganized and a lot of competing views on what should be in it, and we would need help, I think.
So for you, your perspective is this tiered approach makes sense, that
I've seen it work.
some communities would be, in your example, developing the program plan. Other communities might be ready to do the on-the-ground application. Roughly, okay. Bob,
Well, you know,
and then Jeff. Thank you.
well, I've been spewing my opinions here, but my first foray into kind of advocating for natural resources came when I was on the riparian advisory committee in Tillamook County. They received, I don't know how many tens of thousands of dollars to develop an ordinance, an urban riparian ordinance. They got the money, they didn't do the work. I don't think they ever gave the money back. There was no product. I just, for this, I think there really has to be pretty stringent, well, there has to be obviously a commitment from the stakeholders within the basin that they're gonna do the work and create a product, or there's gotta be some sort of consequences that come with that, if they're funded. So I've seen the same thing with the PPP money. I mean, I'm a Democrat. We're supposed to love wasting money, but I just don't want to see that through this process. It's such an important resource. And there are definitely basins and stakeholders that are more ready to hit the ground running versus. I just need to know that there's a strong commitment by the stakeholders to produce a viable product that works for the stakeholders. So
I think accountability.
Yeah.
Accountability. Yeah. Okay, thanks. Jeff, and then I see Dan's hand up, so we'll go with Jeff. And then
Well,
Dan.
mine's more yours, so go with
All right, let's
that.
go with Dan. Go ahead, Dan.
Yeah, I just wanted to address the point that came up about the priorities part, which I think gets to be kind of a different issue anyway. I get a little worried, or I don't know, if we just assume we're talking about a program that essentially is going to be driven by Water Resources Department and the priorities that the Water Resource Department needs to deal with, which are quantity issues, and realizing quantity issues could affect a broad range. It could be in a particular basin that's a quantity issue for municipal use. It could be a quantity issue for fish passage, a quantity issue for irrigation, for agriculture. That's fine. But you start going to the quality side, we raise those issues we brought up earlier about having some kind of interagency coordination and priorities, where if it's a quality issue, there might be tons of water for a town somewhere, but the problem is it's all full of arsenic or something. That's not going to be a Water Resource Department priority. Might be OHA priority. It might be, you might have other issues for fisheries where it's a quality issue, not a quantity issue. Realizing that line is not that bright, but I just would, I guess, be a little cautious about getting too much in right now about trying to call it like the FIP program, which theoretically are these priorities that are set by OWEB and people apply for, though in fact that's kind of not true because there's so many priorities, you can kind of choose anything. But I using the example instead on terms of having choices, Water Resource or OWEB also just offers technical assistant grants for anything, which is different from FIP. And so just having that kind of flexibility on the tiering, but without this kind of overriding need for us to at least say what the priorities are, or get too narrow on that, unless we want to, which is, that's okay too.
All right. Jeff and Peggy, and we'll do a quick time check after that. So go ahead, Jeff.
So not to be the wet blanket, but I would be the wet blanket, everybody's. So remember, one legislature cannot, tell another legislature how to spend money. So even if you did this program and you held it in a separate account, just say that it's just suspend belief a little bit, that we have the whole thing for Lakeview, right? The whole kit and caboodle. You have to put it in a way as such that even with a dedicated fund, that it can't be swept. That is very difficult to do. So I just want to level set us that I think we can show what our intent is, that this is what, and as advocates for water budgets, what to push for. But I just want to make sure that we have our kumbaya moment, and then it doesn't get funded in 2 years. I don't want you to look back and say, boy, that was kind of a rod. We have to all work together in order to get the funding all the way through.
Peggy Lynch.
Sorry, Jeff Stone. Executive.
Thanks, Jeff. It's always good to have another budget person in the room. But what I really wanted to focus on was what Dan had to say. It is the challenge, and was the point way back when Meg talked earlier. The challenge is that the state has decided that the Water Resources Department is the place to house this program. But it doesn't necessarily mean that the criteria, the selection and whatever isn't broader as far as the water quantity side. And so that's, I think, what we're in some ways struggling with, that in fact, they're housing this program, but it doesn't mean that it's a narrow program that only water resources. And that was my part with when they go to the recognition that to implement may take a whole bunch of different agencies to implement whatever the plan is. And somehow or another, although the Water Resources Commission now is responsible for doing the recognition has to recognize what the plan actually asked for.
So quick
And
follow.
let me ask Peggy then, are you then making a plug for there being some way for interagency coordination at the front end around either establishing the criteria or doing the review of the applications?
Yes. Well, sorry.
For some of the agencies. But what you're suggesting is
They do now, I think.
Yeah, it's already like.
Yeah.
you already do that.
Participate on like the OWAC regional review team, so there's a precedent for having agency representatives to a team that helps review and score grants in that context. Now, there's other things that are probably the same or different here, but there are some models.
Well, my point was, I thought I heard Adam say that occurred anyway. Multiple.
For
agencies
recognition
come
of a
out,
plan. It did.
But the implementation of the plan, so that's the whole point about where you go from here. And the other thing I wanted to mention was, I believe that the 4 plans each got 150,000 because that's the way the budget was. In the gap funding situation, I'm assuming that this new funding, place-based planning funding, will have the opportunity to be flexible based upon the budget, the need of the organization within the context of how much money they have. And they do that with their feasibility grants, for instance.
Okay, we've got some agency folks who want to weigh in here. We got Raquel and then Chandra.
I think, Peggy, if I'm reflecting what I think you're saying is that, so we have at the front end, we have we should have, we don't already, which I can't recall what we did with these particular pilots. If we consulted other agencies or not, I'd have to go back and look.
But assuming at the front end, you have that interagency coordination. And then at the back end, in terms of when the plans, hopefully we have agencies at the table the entire time. But then at the recognition point, we do have the interagency team that Adam talked about. And it does the review, and then it goes to the commission once, you know, the agencies are essentially satisfied, I think, with that review. And so then it goes to the Water Resources Commission. And I think what I'm hearing you queue up is kind of this next discussion, which is, okay, so now you have a recognized plan, now what, right? Which then gets into, it's not just that the Water Resources Department is the only entity that will have funding for these, for implementation of these plans. And I think the question I'm hearing you say is, how do we then make sure that once we get to the implementation phase, that it's not just the Water Resources Department saying, we're still here with you, planning group, let's work on implementation. But I think I'm hearing you say also that, how do we make sure that the other agencies that also can bring funding, and in fact can bring more funding, federal funding, because our agency is not, we don't have some of the federal funding programs that really fund a lot of infrastructure, is how do we then bring those, make sure that those agencies are at the table in terms of implementation. That's what I'm interpreting you to say.
Well,
But
and the implementation plan that's recognized is, as Dan was saying, is more than just water quantity. But it's recognized because these are the elements that we discovered that we needed when we did our plan.
And in fact, place-based, it is the long form, it is place-based integrated water resources planning. So it, like the IWS, it is intended to address water quantity, water quality, and ecosystem needs. That is what makes it a bigger and more difficult effort, because we are trying to make sure these plans are integrated and addressing all those things. So if you are talking about something that doesn't address all those things, then it's important to note that that's not necessarily what at least we've been implementing in terms of place-based integrated water resources plan.
Yeah, I just was trying to recognize that Water Resources Department was designated as the people that got to do this work. But it really is a multi-agency set of documents work. Sorry.
Chandra.
A lot of what I was going to say is now to address. Thanks for Cal. But I'll just note that a lot of the challenges I think with place-based planning in the report are through the fact that we didn't know how to coordinate terribly well interagency style at first, even with the recognition, like our step 5 recognition of a plan. We had to figure out how we coordinate together to get to that determination, which I think have refined and gotten there now. I don't know that we have a lot of interagency coordination around the designation of those plans in the first place. And I do think given the integrated nature of this effort, it's a really important place for guidance around that coordination to be included in this group's recommendations, I think.
For the selection of
For the selection, for every step of the process, frankly, right? We're talking about wanting all the agencies to be engaged, and frankly, all the agencies have resources to bring to bear to all stages, whether it's prioritization, the planning piece, and then also implementation. Like all of us have funding sources or have abilities to match with the federal funding sources that are around, you know? And so I'm thinking even at ODFW, we've done a lot of investment in our OCRF fund, which could be brought to bear, right, on some of these things too. So I just think it's very important that the group provide some of that structure. And I don't know that we need to, get into the weeds on all of it, but the different elements that should guide a prioritization process, that should guide agency involvement along the way, that should be included in this group's recommendations, I think.
Thank you, Sean.
All right. I think on that high note,
Yeah.
we will take a break, and I just want to everybody level set on where we're at in the conversation. Is we're going to break until 1 o'clock. So we'll have a lunch break a little bit shy of 45 minutes, but hopefully enough time for people to do what you need to do. We'll come back at 1 o'clock and we'll start the conversation of recognition and implementation with some grounding information from the department. And then I'm going to gather with the team and see if we can get a summary of sort of where we think this conversation has landed us and what might show up in version 3 of the straw for you all to then kind of let it process and have some more review of. So this isn't the consensus check on it. but we want to get the evolution of the conversation into the next version. So we'll be at the end of today, we'll come back to you with that, okay? I will commit to that. And with that, we just put you on mute for 40 minutes or so and see you at 1 o'clock. Thanks for those of you on the Zoom. Okay, we're recording now. Oh, it got really quiet. Okay, so we've got people trickling back into the room. Jennifer had to step out. She will be back at 2. But everyone else, I think Kelly will be back momentarily. Again, if you're on Zoom and you're a work group member and you haven't signaled yet that you're back, could you just somehow let me know that you're back so we know we can get started.
You don't see me?
I see you, Dan. Yep, we see you. All right, so let's just attune back to where we are on the agenda. We're gonna do a little bit of shifting, just so no surprises on the shift. What we're doing now is moving into this conversation around place-based planning, recognition of a plan and implementation. There's a lot of informational overview, not a lot, but some. And Lily's going to go through the different materials that we sent out in advance that you can also access via the webpage if you're interested in grabbing some of those documents. You also have handouts of those things here if you're in the room, so feel free to grab a handout by the door if you haven't already, so you can follow along. And really it's about grounding everybody in what the state has already said about the value of the plan, criteria and guidance to select the pilots. We may or may not talk about that. We probably will now that we have some relevancy with the last conversation. And then, you know, how like states recognize plans, how the state has traditionally recognized a plan, what that process looks like, but also what it means right now. And then we'll move into the conversation about what some of the kind of high level ideas that are on the table around supports for implementation. So if you get a plan recognized, you get to that stage, what does it mean? And that's been a huge finding out of the place-based planning evaluations of real lack of clarity around what does a plan get you. And so helpful advice that this group could maybe offer back to the evolution of the program. So we're going to work on that until about 2:45, and then we'll move into the system level. We'll probably need to take a break at some point. We'll do that, and then we'll spend some time looking at the system level recommendations. As time permits, we'll go into some of these other remaining items that I mentioned that are also on the agenda. I know of at least one person who wants to provide public comments. We'll reserve time for that. If you're interested in providing public comment and you know that you want to, could you please send me a direct message and let me know? And we'll make sure we get you in the queue. Yes, the recording has resumed. Someone asked on the Zoom. Right? Yeah. We're recording. All right, so let's turn it over to Lily.
Okay, hi everyone. So sorry I can't be there in person today. I'm feeling a little under the weather, so I wanted to keep whatever bug I have to myself and not bring it to all of you. So as you all know, we're here to talk about implementation. And we started sort of talking about it in October, the October 4th meeting, but we really haven't had a chance to dive into what it could mean. So we thought it would be helpful to start that discussion today around implementation by giving some context and background based on the experiences with the place-based planning pilot. And I know Adam and Donna have already chimed in with some of that information as well today. So as Robin mentioned, we sent out, I think, 5 different documents for background material. And you guys have them in front of you if you're in Salem, or on your computer if you're not. And we'll be using those to sort of navigate through the presentation today. And I'll be highlighting some high-level takeaways from from each of those documents. So if you haven't had a chance to read through them, it's not a big deal. It's just there to provide some more detail about what I talked about today.
Okay, Lily, just real quick, so people can orient to what documents we'll be referring to. There was one that was on plan updates. There's a one pager that came out of the place-based planning step 5 guidance and the updates to the plans. There's a one titled purpose and value of a plan that came from the staff report to the Water Resources Commission in 2021. There's a grid or a table that says place-based planning pilot examples of implementation actions and strategies. And then there's this one that's not really labeled, but it's a multi-page that has a chapter 9 associated with it. Which one is that? Really? Is this,
The chapter 9 is from the independent evaluation.
from the evaluation of the place-based pilots, that's relevant to the piece that we're talking about today. So those will be the ones that you want to orient to, and yep, there's copies of all those in the room, and they should be on the webpage, and they should be in your inbox.
I just popped it into the chat as well, the link to them on the webpage.
All right, so we'll follow along, Lily.
Yeah, I have a slideshow that will hopefully make it easy to follow along. We'll get to it. Okay, so I am going to share my screen.
You maybe have some of these lights off in order to see your screen.
Let us know, we can turn some light on.
Can you see it?
We can see it, but we have too many lights here.
Oh, well, there's not a lot of important information on the slides. So it's really just to show you where we are, like what document we're looking at. So the way I've organized the presentation is just trying to answer these 3 main questions as it relates to what's currently happening with the place-based planning pilot. The first, how does a plan get recognized and what criteria do plans meet for state recognition? And I think Donna already sort of read a little bit about that, but I'll go into a little bit more detail. The second question is, what does a state recognized plan get you? The third is, how does a plan get updated? And you can see, maybe you can see on the presentation that some of these questions are related to draft recommendations, but for now, we're just going to focus on what currently exists, both in terms of needs and also resources available for implementation. To develop this picture more fully, in the background materials, we've provided excerpts from the place-based planning independent evaluation, the place-based planning draft step 5 guidance, and some resolutions and staff reports from the Water Resources Commission, and then the plans themselves. So for each of these slides, you're going to see at the top, it'll say implementation and then the question that it's trying to answer. And then below the line, there'll be like the first quarter of the page of the background materials. So if you have the materials in front of you, we're looking at the one about state recognition, and it sort of looks like this. So the first question we want to answer is, in the place-based planning pilot, what does state recognition look like? And I think Raquel maybe already sort of went over this quickly, but basically once a planning group has completed their draft plan, they submit it for state agency review. And then an interagency team, a review team made up of OWRD, DEQ, ODF&W, ODA, and OWEB reviews the plan to determine if it was developed in a manner consistent with the draft planning guidelines and the statewide IWRS principles. The review team then shares their findings with the planning group and makes a recommendation to the Water Resources Commission. The commission then reviews the plan and hears from the planning group before making a formal resolution to recognize the plan. And in that document, in the state recognition document, there is an example of what that resolution from the commission looks like. So you can see specifically what criteria are being met in the recognition of a plan. And I'll just point out, since we're talking about implementation, in addition to meeting the requirements of the planning process and being consistent with the principles of the IWRS, the commission resolution also states that the implementation of the plan will help to meet the state's in-stream and out-of-stream water needs and support Oregon's economy, its renowned wildlife and nature, bountiful agricultural products, and healthy and livable communities as described in the IWRS. Okay, so now that we've sort of talked about how the plan gets recognized, let's get into the question that I think is important to this group is, what does that plan get you? As the planning groups wrap up their planning phases and are launching into their implementation phases and implementing their action plans, people have been doing a lot of thinking around this. And some of this is represented in the place-based planning independent evaluation, chapter 9, specifically implementation challenges. And this again is just like the first part of that document, but it goes on for several pages.
Lily, pause for a moment. We have questions. I think.
Yeah, where the hell are we?
We don't have the document.
That's my document.
We have we're missing the document.
Yeah, it's the
Oh,
one
no.
titled in the attachment to, that was sent out via email, is the draft PVP state recognition document.
And her slides don't necessarily match that. That's, if you're looking for those slides, they're not out there.
That's good too.
All right, Jenna's gonna do a little sleuthing and see if we're missing a document here.
I think you've got everything that was in the
I think
email.
Okay,
Did you guys find it?
She's gonna look. Yeah, there's one that's missing.
so.
All right, would it be okay if Lily proceeds so that we can at least hear what she has to say, and then we'll try to track it down?
Okay, and if it's helpful, I can put it up on the screen too, the whole document. It's just kind of long. Okay, so the evaluation actually looked at implementation challenges. And I would encourage you, if you have this chapter, to read this in a little bit more detail, because I think provides a great place to start as we think about what might lead to the most successful planning outcomes. Some things that stood out to me in terms of challenges that groups are already facing or anticipating facing in the implementation phase are: one, a need for role definition for both planning groups and state agencies; two, a need for continued state support and staff assistance. And there's actually a list in there of ideas about what that might look like. And three, a need for guidance to ensure that implementation remains balanced and integrated. So a lot of these are sort of parallel to what we've already been talking about in terms of like the planning phase, but I hope it kind of helps show where there might be unmet needs in implementation and where there might be opportunities for this group to make some meaningful recommendations.
Could you give us those three again, please?
Yes. Need for role definition for both planning groups and state agencies. A need for continued state support and staff assistance. And then the third is a need for guidance to ensure that implementation remains balanced and integrated. And I would say those are sort of high level takeaways. There's a lot more things in the report. So if you have it in front of you, I'd encourage you to take a look. Okay. Any other questions on this implementation challenges before we move on?
Lily, just to clarify for folks, so that one you do have, if you're wondering, the piece that she just went over, that is this one here. If you're looking for it in the notes.
On the webpage, if you're following along, I put the whole report up, so you just need to scroll to chapter 9 and you'll see it.
Okay.
Okay, on to the next document. Just rolling through. So to better understand challenges around implementation, I thought it might be helpful to understand sort of the diversity of actions that are coming out of the planning groups. And so we put together this 2-page document that has a bunch of examples from the plans themselves. So this is sort of a hodgepodge of all the different plans that have come out of the pilot and different actions that have come out of them. And for each group, they've produced somewhere in the neighborhood of 35 to 60 strategies for implementation. So this really truly is just a list of examples, a small sampling. But the thing that I think is important to take away from this document is that the actions that are coming out of the plans are not only diverse in the types of actions, but also in the level of detail of action. So some of these are going to need more or less refinement, scoping, and preparation to get ready for implementation. Okay. I can't really see all of you, but I don't see questions. So I'm gonna move on to the next document, which is this one. As we think about how to potentially meet the implementation challenges, we thought it would be helpful to understand what has already been articulated as the value of the plan in the place-based planning pilot and how that might relate to implementation. So in your materials, you'll see this document, Purpose and Value of a Plan, and that includes excerpts from a staff report from the Water Resources Commission and the Step 5 guidance. Particularly in the Step 5 guidance, the value of a plan is articulated around the value of building relationships between diverse water interests and providing a shared vision for action. But then in terms of implementing the plan, both the staff report and the Step 5 guidance identify a competitive edge for existing funding opportunities because of the collaborative nature of the planning process. And this competitive edge was also briefly discussed at the October 4th meeting. So we thought it might be helpful to talk a little bit about what that looks like. I'm gonna I'll keep this up because you guys can all see it, but we know that there is a complicated funding landscape out there with opportunities from state and federal agencies, nonprofits, and private foundations, and we can't get into all of that today, but we did want to talk briefly about WRD's existing grant programs because they've come up in previous meetings. So I'm going to actually turn it over to Raquel to talk about those programs, the feasibility study grants and the water projects grants and loans.
Let's pause for a moment. One, I'm not sure if we're losing people or if people are looking at documents, so I want to just pause and see if there's like some specific takeaways that we can get out of what she's shared so far. Because this is now going to take us into a very specific thing around some project funding opportunities. But what are the kind of primary takeaways from what you've shared so far, Lily, on these documents? Or others that have reflections of that. Peggy.
Thank you, Lynch. So right now, the way it works is that there is a plan that the place-based groups have signed off on, agreed to, and they provide it to WRD or WRC, the commission, to consider approving, what's the resolution say? Recognizing, thank you, recognizing. At what point, and this is maybe where part of the gap is, what can the planning group, and Adam, your help will be really nice. What can the planning group do with that besides the feasibility and implementation grants of WRD? What can you do with that document with the other agencies and the other places that you may need help in order to implement the plan you all agreed to? Can you help?
Well, that's it. Yes, it definitely help. That's a pretty broad question. And it ends up being introducing another question, which is what is the value of the plan?
Right.
Okay. So, and having gone through this process, and I'm not sure how to move.
That's right.
Process, we struggled with answering that question from other partners or stakeholders. Well, what's in it for me?
Right.
Well, there's a boatload in it for everyone. I mean, it's not just from the local basin, as it addresses how water is managed for that specific area, but for in-stream and out-of-stream uses. But one of the, and I'm thinking, I put on my SDO hat here, I'm thinking about the member districts throughout the state. What value is it for those districts? And we dance around the subject that, you know, there's value in understanding how water is managed for the environment, for communities, for industry. But all of that requires dollars to understand what that means. And when you get into implementing solutions for projects, that introduces a magnitude 100 times over in cost, because we all understand that projects are expensive. And here's where I come to the statement with respect to value, is when your project, when your issue is recognized in a plan, and especially a plan that is adopted by your region, your municipalities and stakeholders and the state, that qualifies you and makes you more eligible for grant funding to do those bigger parts of the project, which you're not going to be able to do with the initial funding that the state was able to do. So that is the real value, is that yes, and that's why I think it's important to struggle through this conversation here, because we all end up coming to the same conclusion. We want to address the issue with respect to how to manage water to ensure that it's not just there for future generations, but it's there in a way that's going to benefit both in-stream and out-of-stream communities. And there's no greater time than now to be doing it. But in the end, the value to everyone is having a plan that really addresses the issues that are important to communities and basins, so that they can respond to those issues appropriately and have the kind of documentation that's going to allow funders to, and I don't just think about the state, I think about the federal funding as well. And from a municipal standpoint, I automatically go to USDA Rural Development, Utility Assistance Program, which is a huge grant funding program that a lot of those dollars that are issued to the state go back to the national office every year in order, because there are not enough projects, which I think that, you know, through this process, you could develop projects that meet in-stream and downstream needs that are recognized in this plan that qualify for federal funding, so that those funding dollars don't go away, would not be obligated. That is a value that speaks volumes to communities.
So can I follow up really quickly, Robin, with that? So that's part of, I guess, what I'm trying to say is, besides WRD finding value in the plan, is there a process that the other state agencies, because we probably don't have a lot of leverage with the feds, but at least that the other state agencies also will recognize this work as a group goes to another agency and knocks on the door for a particular kind of grant assistance? And I assume that probably would be value with the feds as well, but that's what I'm looking for.
Yeah, so I think that it's important to acknowledge that a lot of grant funding today, well, my experience with grant funding today is that it's more competitive. And from the federal nexus, your grant application or your funding application scores higher when it has regional impact, more community effort. And I'll take you to, I've talked about this before in this group, but just as a reminder, the natural hazard mitigation grant program, actually, if your project isn't identified in your region's document, the project doesn't get funded by FEMA. That's a federal funding program, and without it, it doesn't receive funding. So you're seeing that applied to with several funding programs.
So that's a really helpful piece of information that we need to make sure that the plans do all of these things so that they can actually be implemented, which is by bringing us back to the conversation that we were trying to have about implementation. Is I just want to make sure that we have all of the lists of things that we ought to be saying that plans need to have or be structured in ways that will help them actually get whatever they need to implement.
Tracking. And Tom and Kimberly.
Yeah, and I think for nerds like me who spend all their time in this world, it was very implicit that this would be hugely beneficial to have a plan recognized by the state. I feel like it's federal grant question number one, is this part of a regionally recognized planning effort like us? So it seemed obvious to me, but it certainly wasn't a broader stakeholder group because they don't live in this world. Pretty good for so, but I think if there's some way we can make that a little bit more explicit, like, and this is valuable. It very, very much is, but that's not always. Incorporating that in the future.
Right. So I want to just summarize that what you're saying is there's an inherent credibility value that comes with getting a recognized plan by the agency. There's a desire to see how, whether or not there's a structured way to do this, but how can other agencies value and recognize the plan that kind of lends to a higher level of credibility, if you will. And that the experience of the planning groups is that those who invested their time in going through the planning process, which was not a short ordeal, they weren't totally clear about that. It wasn't explicit to them. And so a question mark around whether or not and how you might build in some explicit structure that recognizes the value that lends toward implementation. That's what this is all about, is the gateway to being able to implement your plans, whether that's accessing funding, staffing resources, or otherwise. Okay, just want to make sure we're tracking. You had your card up, Kimberly?
Yeah, I think, so what I heard from Adam sort of corroborated what we have always, how we've looked at these things, which is there is this inherent value, especially when you're going to grant funding, you know, by virtue of having a recognized plan, you just laid out. And so what I'm not sure is, I'm not sure we actually, I mean, aside, I think highlighting it more is great for like grantees, like, so they know coming in up front, but just not like in statute or anything, but you know, like in the place-based planning guidelines or something. But the disconnect I'm having is like, I'm not hearing from Adam. From your description, it's doing what it needs to be doing, you know, with different, not just with WRD, but with federal agencies, other agencies. But I'm hearing Peggy suggest that we might need to come up with something to direct other agencies. And I'm just not, I don't know if that's needed or not, or if it's already, it's already got competitive edge. So do we just recognize that, or do we have a discussion about what else?
Yeah, and that's my question is, do the other agencies accept this work as a checkoff, just like WRD in their feasibility grants does with the work because they have been so intimately involved. But does ODF&W, does DEQ, do other agencies in their criteria for making those OWEB, when they make those decisions and whatever, are they also giving that check off and saying that, and that is what I'm trying to get at.
And I guess that's referring back also to something Chandra said before the break, when we were talking about qualifying and creating criteria for getting a grant to do place-based planning, that there a desire to make more explicit the interagency sort of recognition of those things even at the outset. That's what I think we heard you say, Chandra. So it sounds like there is a desire to have it be made more explicit. Chandra, if you want to, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but.
No, I think that's right. I mean, I can say, Peggy, I don't think, place-based plan is explicitly referenced in any of our grant criteria right now. Some of the considerations we would look at, someone might be able to point to the plan, right, as evidence that it's included here, and it meets some of the things that we're looking for. Like we do have broad range of stakeholder engagement, stakeholder support, looking at equity considerations and things like that. So it maybe more indirectly gets some of that, but there could be a lot more direct acknowledgement. And then also it's just in our program specifically, we're starting to be able to fund a broader range of things than we have in the past, right? Which could incorporate water more than it has, and related projects. So I think it's something that is worth some more conversation.
Kelly and Jeff, and then we'll get to the rest of Lily's presentation.
I'll just quickly say the 2 points then. And Peggy, that was one, again, it's sort of a, not necessarily out there, but every grant application you put in, it's generally like, what plan does this come from, and who accepted it, those kind of things. So it is in like most applications, federal and state, that you would put in, that you would see that. Now, hopefully all those other groups would know about that it's has a word. Yeah.
And did they get a point for it? That's the second part.
Well, that's a whole nother criteria thing. And then to Anton's point, I was actually curious because it's like, talking about the importance of it. And again, this is just the recognition document, but on page 10, I think it's interesting that it sort of like almost downplays it, where it's, you get this whole thing and it's like, well, it's not required that it's recognized by commission, and each group can decide that, and that's okay, but then that also makes me feel like that's really like, but then does your plan have all this worth and value if you get all the way to the end and you're like, no, we don't want to get it signed off, it's fine.
I think that's fine, because this is supposed to be sort of locally led,
Okay,
but also it'd be helpful to have a little boilerplate in
like why it's been.
there. Lucky people who are.
Yeah.
Why that's valuable.
Yeah.
You might want to.
Yeah, great, maybe just a sentence or something.
Yeah.
Anyway, that was all I had.
Jeff?
So one thing I'm just not clear on when we talk about interagency, is it consultation or is it approval?
How would you describe it today? Water Resources Department?
That's a great question. Lily, do you know that, how we framed it up for the interagency review?
I think they sit on a team together, they go through the whole plan together, and I think each agency has to make a recommendation. I think that's right. If Steve Perrette were here, he could tell us for sure.
We might have to follow up on that.
Yeah,
I don't know that one directly.
It's important.
Okay. All right, we'll do a follow-up on that. Oh,
I think that has been a little bit of a work in progress, and I view it actually probably leaning a little bit more on the consultation side, recognizing that we're trying to get to one voice for recognition, but there is a clear decision maker at the end, right? And so we haven't hit that.
Who's on the hook?
We haven't hit that metric yet where we couldn't, massage our feedback, but we do come at issues from the agencies in slightly different perspectives, and we are trying to reconcile those in a conversation. But I would say if rubber is hitting the road, right? I think Water Resources, you have the ability to move forward with the recommendation.
Sorry, I don't want this construed. I don't want to mute the voice of the agency, but if you have 6 approvals that are necessary, when it's Water Resources, you're gonna be yelled at.
Well, yeah, and I'm not opining on the value of the system as it is right now. I'm just saying, I think that's the way it's been implemented.
And again, like with an absolute strive for an agency position, which we've been able to achieve with the recognition of the plans that we've done thus far with consultation.
And I might also just put a pin on this for the later discussion about some of the kind of broader system level proposals that are kind of floating right now around interagency coordination and sort of that piece that might speak to something broader even than just the place-based planning. But for now, kind of thinking about what, if anything, should be more explicit or structured into that recognition piece that's the gateway toward implementation of plans. But also an acknowledgement that it's not the state's responsibility solely to make sure these plans are implementable or implemented, is what I'm hearing. That largely it's, you get the credibility because you've done the work and you access these different grants because you can show and demonstrate that you've done the work. That rests with the planning group, as does, you know, potentially some state support moving into that. So we're going to get into what those options might look like in a minute. Hey,
So I just want to follow up in the lunch conversation. Margaret was talking about the urgency of now, and that's really important. On the other hand, the IWRS had to be approved by all 4 agency commissions. And I'm not sure that having one of these plans having to go through all 4 commissions, it gets rid of the urgency of now, which I certainly agree with Margaret's concept, but I just wanted to share that in fact, there is or was a process that recognized that more than one agency has some skin in the game and needs to make sure that their point of view in the broader point of view of water planning is there.
Okay.
So, thank you.
I'll just note that all of what everybody's asking about is outlined in more detail in the state recognition handout, which is the one that you don't have printed, but it's in the email attachment. So it goes through the process that we use to get there.
Okay.
Thanks for sharing.
All right.
Well, you guys revised that recently too, right? To kind of reflect lessons learned that we went through. And some of that.
I'm happy to follow up on
Okay,
that.
I'm sure like some work on it. I just want folks to know that I think, address some of the issues that we encountered with their scope.
All right. So if we need to come back to this, we only printed out the first page. You do have access to it over email on the webpage, and if we need to, we can pull it up. But sorry about that. Let's let Lily do the rest of her sharing.
Thanks, Lily.
Sorry for that little detour, Lily.
No, it's great. Great. I was actually just going to turn it over to Raquel to talk about feasibility study grants and water projects grants and loans.
Yeah, so based on this conversation, I don't know that this was kind of a question that started at a couple meetings back, was just how the criteria for feasibility study grants and water project grants and loans play into this. And I think maybe a shorter summary for this process is just in listening to all of you, I think it's important to recognize that every funding program has criteria, right? And so just because you have a place-based plan does not automatically mean that you fit that criteria. So I just want to make sure that that's clear, that you can get, so for example, with Senate Bill 839, there are preference points if you have a collaborative plan. So that does give you some more weight. There are also, one of the criteria is about having a place-based plan. So, but the key thing to remember with Senate Bill 839 is that it funds projects that meet, you have to have public benefits in 3 different categories, right? So if you have a project that is only focused, for example, on providing economic benefits, but doesn't have those social, cultural, or the criteria for in-stream, that project is still not going to be funded, even if it is in a place-based plan under Senate Bill 839. So that's just, I think we had some of those questions, and I don't know that we need to really get into the weeds of, like, I could give you some examples of projects that 839 is good at funding and projects that that haven't been as competitive, just because you have to meet all three of those criteria. But what I will say is that I think maybe for brevity purposes, if you take a look at this handout, which has examples of typical or some of the projects that have come out of the place-based planning efforts, you'll see that if you walk through some of them, you could imagine maybe better suited to the 839 program, and other ones may not be. That doesn't mean that they're not a good project. It just means that the criteria in 839 is very specific, that they need to meet those three criteria. The other thing to keep in mind as well is that depending on the kind of funding, so if you're, and this is where Peggy probably has much more expertise than I do, but there are certain requirements around lottery dollars and bonding specifically, and use of those funds, and this is federally set, is my understanding, around using them more for like capital projects versus using them, for example, for outreach. So not every, we have funding that is for something that is not necessarily capital, it might not be as well suited for the funding source of these programs. I will say that both feasibility study grants and 839, though, they do have these points, kind of embedded in them for, collaborative planning efforts. It's just a matter of not, you'd have to go through every different funding source at the state level, which is, I think, kind of what you're hearing from Chandra. Well, we think it's a good thing, but that doesn't necessarily mean that when the funding program was set up, it had points already built into it to recognize these things. So hopefully that provides some additional context without going too deep into each program.
Yeah, well, my hope is that we are burdened with a viable place-based planning apparatus and look at it in terms of a funding continuum of how the state interacts with projects. So you have place-based planning, feasibility, and grants and loans. I'm the first to say that the grants and loans did put in a heavy emphasis of collaboration and making sure that you try to get positives on 3 different metrics. So you could still submit something that was very awesome environmentally, but if it didn't have a community or an economic part of it, yeah, it could be considered, but it's better when all of them are present. But I want us to get burdened with harmonizing all these different criteria, but we are nowhere near that.
Yeah, and so that's a great thing. As we were talking about this, it seems like it's probably too much for this group to go into each program and try to sort through. So it may be that in terms of recommendations, you think about what's a higher level one. And of course, I also failed to say, I think I said this the last time, is that feasibility study grants, which is the first program that was set up. So if you're just looking at WRT programs, I still think that there's other agencies that have funding programs that planning group should be looking towards. So I don't think it should solely be us, but that's my opinion. So you all can make your opinions known. But I would just note that feasibility study grants, it is the narrowest of out of all of our planning options here, or funding options, because it clearly only funds water conservation and use or storage projects. So I'll leave that.
So the document, the 2-page document, great document. The missing part for me is where the funding would be coming from. For instance, which agency or which kind of funding advocate promoting green infrastructure, that is. Which agency is that? I'm guessing maybe DEQ. Anyway, so this is a great thing, but the message I want to get from this is who might be, or who are the people in this case that they went to help.
Right, and the question on the table, because I think what WRD has laid out is that's what happened in the pilot phase. So that's the end of the line at the pilot right now. And the question on the table for the group is, are there different ways that you all feel there should be more structured or explicit things around this recognition and moving to implementation. Right now, I think the message that you're hearing from the department is there's certain things, and even if you read the staff report, it says, you know, agencies may provide other comments for consideration. They may consider writing a letter of support, which could form package of information presented to the commission. Content can range from general support to identification of specific support that the agency may be able to offer. Agencies may consider highlighting any funding or other opportunities they offer that possibly could support plan implementation. So that's kind of the state of where things are at. And this is what this conversation is essentially about is, do you feel that there should be any more structured into this? Or do you want to just say what we want to say, what we recognize is that there is inherent value and that there needs to be better communication around that.
So that's the problem with housing it in one agency. And I am not picking on WRD. I'm just saying that that's what they do and they have their grant programs. And somehow or another, as we're working, and I think that's what we're all trying to say is we want to make sure that people can have access to whatever the solutions are in the plan, wherever those solutions are available.
Jim is going up and down.
I know, I'm like, do you want to or not?
Do you want to say something? Get in there. So what I'm hearing from Peggy is sort of like what I'm hearing. I'm not sure if this is what they're saying, more like practicality, like a guide, so that people know, okay, you have a recognized plan. You can apply to DEQ, ODF&W, EPA, just giving them the information to do it. That's very different in my mind than creating a different funding structure that would say, if it's in a plan, you get our guarantee funding, because I think that raises all kinds of issues. Like, 839, for instance, there's like really robust public comment periods in there, so it's people statewide can weigh in on city funds, and it's structured in a way that, some of these projects that may traditionally have been viewed as maybe just economic projects, like say storage project, right? There are built-in standards that sort of force it into providing a public environmental benefit. So it's, I think changing that is something we would have real concerns with, and I think on what this group is doing, but I'm not sure. I don't know what you were saying, Jeff, about the burden. I don't know.
Thank you for the opportunity there. My point is that when it was being crafted in 12 and 13,
right,
we foresaw the need to have balance between the three. And that, eventually we'll have to harmonize all these things, but I just was just pointing out that wasn't, but its origin story was different.
Right.
And so I was just, it was an inarticulate way of supporting the work that we're doing.
And I'm not looking for more different kinds of grants. I just want to make sure that the work that's being done has the opportunity to be implemented in whichever.
They know where to go.
It's a great segue to what we're going to be talking about. So any final comments around what you've heard so far, Chandra and Raquel?
No, I was just gonna confirm, that's what I heard as well. And I think at a minimum, a good recommendation is for an interagency toolkit for implementation groups. And that would be an identification of existing funding sources and where, these sort of actions would fall into. And then the other piece of that may be some direction toward some level of a gap analysis where, sometimes we're still having conversations, right, about where priorities are going to be for some of our grant programs. And one example is some drought funding we got, ODFW got, OWEB got, and so we're like, well, geez, what are you going to fund? What are we going to fund to make sure if there are gaps, we're going to cover some of those. So that could be another thing that the agencies could engage in. Technical expertise, yeah.
All right.
Right, exactly, but right, so that we can make sure that needs are covered.
Okay. Yeah, so I was gonna say something a little similar. This is where you all come in, right? So this is about, when we're talking about recommendations for implementation, what is it that planning groups need to be successful? And those are the things that this group can be helpful in recommending. Is it, as Chandra said, do we need an interagency coordination team? Do we need some kind of guide? Do we need a one-stop shop that's, more formalized? Some of the other questions that could come up that some of you have talked about is, do we need to then fund implementation coordination? Because if we're saying that you need to go out and apply for grants, how are you going to support the groups in that effort? Because that takes work to learn. So I think that is where it is now a great opportunity for you all to think about, okay, if this is the structure and we're saying that there's different grant opportunities, what is it that we need to do then to make folks as successful as possible in applying for those grant opportunities?
Yeah. If you just also just teed this up really nicely, Raquel. So let's check in with Lauren and
So, well, obviously, the availability of grants and the ability of these the groups who do these plans to apply for grants is important. I think that they would quickly become irrelevant if they're just writing their plans in a way where their plans are geared just towards the current grant. So I think that we don't want to steer directly into just, I'm going to write my plan to have plans to apply for this grant, this grant, this grant, this grant, because they quickly change over time. So I think that our place-based planning, not our pilots, but whatever future plans we have, should be writing their plans to meet their water needs and the needs of their local area. And then a secondary action would be to have, like Tanner's talking about, which would be a toolkit of these are the current grants that are available that may suit the needs of your plans, because that's always going to change and evolve. Your federal grants, your state grants, whatever grants are available is constantly changing with policy. And so I wouldn't want any of these plans that are going to be done can be relevant for years. I mean, you think about some of the basin studies, like the Hood River Basin study was done years ago, and they're still using it to apply for things. And if they had wrote it to be relevant to the grants when they originally did that basin study, it would already be irrelevant. And so I would hate to just gear the work product of the future place-based planning groups to just what our current grant programs are.
Totally agree.
so don't bake that into how you're doing your planning.
Yeah.
Okay, people seem to be nodding in agreement on that one, at least in the room. I can't see you on that. Dan, I can see your face, Daniel, but everyone else is not on the video, so. All right, so this is great setup for, I think, where we're going next, Lily, with just kind of lining out really what some of those options have been around implementation of the plan. Unless there was anything else background that you had planned to share.
There's one more
There's-
question in the implementation.
Okay.
So it's quick. No, I'll just go through it pretty quickly here. There's one more document you guys we haven't shared yet. So let me do that quickly. So the third question around implementation is trying to answer like how often these plans get updated as conditions on the ground change. And actually, I think Lauren sort of set this up perfectly. As plans begin to be implemented, as information and data is updated, how often do plans get implemented, and are there resources for this? So I think this is just one page because there's not a ton of information around this in the pilot. There's a paragraph in the step 5 draft guidance that basically says it's up to the groups to decide if and when they'd like to revisit their plans. And then I sort of looked through the different plans and put in that document also what those plans say regarding implementation timelines and what they're considering for plan updates. And when we look at those, the implementation timelines are between 10 and 20 years, and they call to at least consider updating plans every 5 to 10 years, depending on whether it's needed or not. So that's the last question in that I teed up at the beginning for implementation. And then I think just to wrap up, there were 3 recommendations in the original draft around implementation, and these you'll see like have been edited with friendly amendments. The track changes are here, but what they come down to is
How often, just help my ignorance, how often are these basic plans updated generally? Or these type of things? No, I said it should be, they said it should
But
be.
how urgent is it? What are you
Just
doing?
like in practicality, like right now.
So Lily, I might chime in here, and we don't know yet. Yeah, because we just have the first plans, done. And so this is about recommending maybe how frequently they should be updated. But the reality is that since this is the first time that we've actually had, plans recognized, was within the past 6 to 9 months. We don't have that experience yet, so.
But, okay, I mean, that's fair. What would, I mean, I'm just curious now. What triggers a plan update? I mean, you could have a variety of different circumstances. You could have, climate inputs and all those type of things that would impact what that plan might look like. So I'm just curious about if we thought ahead, if anybody's thought ahead, not just you, but, about what that might look like trigger.
There is some information provided here in terms of, I think we have, 10 years, Lily, that's in this guidance. At the same time, I think there's a question of, we're still talking about whether this program continues and trying to get it to be a permanent program and how much funding is available. So all of these things kind of tie together. Is, do you prioritize doing another plan, or do you prioritize trying to get the whole state? Those are all questions that.
Maybe my old chief of staff at Metro gets in the way that you have a 20-year land supply reevaluation. You do there's all these triggers to try to look internally and then look at external factors. So I'm just trying to get my head around about what the intent.
I don't think we've been that prescriptive.
We've got JR and Daniel in the queue, so go ahead, JR. I think it's a.
No, it's okay. It's all right.
Well, just a couple of observations on the renewal. So here's the deal, you operate under a biennial budget, and you're going to have implementation funding, maybe 5 to 10 years. And I just want to highlight and put into the notes that the one thing you're talking about a lot of funding, and you're talking about money all the time. One thing you're not talking about is time. And there's spaces right now that can't wait through 5 to 10 years of planning and then hope to try to get one round of implementation and then be focused on updating their plan. The goal is to implement and to sustain basins and have deliverables behind plans. And so how would I can guarantee it, I'll just ask a question, raise your hand. I see you. How many of you know what's in our plan that we developed 10 years ago for sustainability in the Umatilla Basin? How many of you are aware of where we're at with the status of that and what our issues have been and what our funding constraints and needs have been? I can guarantee there's not a single person that's raising their hand, including the
Don't talk to me, man.
Well, I'm telling you, you're talking about 10-year, you're talking about the plan process, which is 5 to 10 years with basins. You're talking about, now we've skipped past implementation. Now you're talking about 10-year renewals and the process for renewals. We've gone through one iteration of renewals for the integrated water resources strategy. 10 years is too long. 10 years for renewals too long. If you're going to get to implementation, I think you need to start looking at linking up budgeting and implementing legislation. If you're going to talk about 10-year renewals, you're going to need to have legislation to implement the plan, because you're not going to get past your first biennial budget and to be able to continue forward if the attention and the interest is lost on your plan. And so I think that either you need to address, annual or biennial reporting as it relates to the budget to implement your plan, or something, rather than skip 10 years and focus right on the process piece again of renewal. Because again, what I see is a lot of process and a lot of time. I don't see a lot of emphasis on implementing the plan in this discussion. So it's just an observation.
So JR, you're suggesting more of a progress, you know, doing kind of annual or biannual like progress reports rather than the wholesale updating your plan every 10 years. Is that what you're saying?
I was just making an observation that,
Yeah.
this makes it look like we don't have water problems and we've got all the time in the world. We've got water problems, folks, and we don't have all the time in the world. So.
Daniel,
Yeah, thanks. My comment actually has a little bit in common with JR's. Let me preface it by saying I've seen plenty of plans that sit on the shelf, and I know we all have, and some that actually work. And the difference that I've seen on the ones that really work is the ones where built into the process is a periodic evaluation of how you've done on the plan. So I would like to just promote that state recognition. Part of state recognition is that you have to, maybe on a every once per biennium or something, you have to file an evaluation of how you did on your report and what progress you've made. And that, I think, can help, as JR, I think, was suggesting, that can help determine whether or not you really need to do it, or, you know, 5 years or 10 years or whatever. But if you just have a plan and you don't, you know, evaluate it, you're not going to really be able to stay up to date. So I really think that that's going to be a key part of making these plans work, is that, you know, you have to, if you want that recognition, you have to do periodic reviews, and that can help drive some of the future decisions.
okay. All right, let's,
I'm
oh, go
gonna-
ahead.
I want to comment on that, to say that most regional plans, embedded in those plans, actually have quarterly check-ins with your stakeholders. It's not just a once a year or biennial, it's quarterly check-ins. At least with the regional planning efforts that I've been part of, so that, because you're right, a plan that has projects that sits on the shelf for several years is not really a plan to accomplish it. That's not how place-based planning should be approached. At least that's not how we approach it with our planning.
So to follow up with that, so that means that maybe a biennial report to the legislature that provides the money might not be an overburden to these groups, if in fact you're already doing it within your group to do your. So I'm looking to Anton as well. So I mean, I want to make sure we're not overburdening the planning group. But otherwise, that sounds like a great idea.
Lauren, to the legislature?
Well, you want to do it.
Planning groups to the legislature. I mean, but so I guess my question to you is the legislature interested in hearing up, like the entire time they're doing the planning, or after it's done?
Well, when the plan is been adopted, and we're now beginning to do an implementation, we want to know, was all this planning worth it? And what are you doing to implement it? And the implementation money is really mostly going to happen from the state legislature. So what I'm looking at is saying, Midcoast, what did you do in the last 2 years, and what do you need to continue to implement your plan?
I think it's an assumption that it might come from state
Yeah,
funding,
but
just saying, because there's lots of, yeah.
I'd say a lot of some of it, like you look at the shoe space now, a lot of money heads for water.
But they come to the
infrastructure.
legislature every 2
They do
years to
too.
get money.
They do too, but I don't know, I guess my suggestion would be, if you're having planning updates or reports, wouldn't the water resources department be the better place for that than the legislature?
It is the better place, but I think to respond to David's question, it is the place, well, historically, in this pilot process, it is the pilots that have been invited by the WW to present to help support this, provide information. To the boards. I think that's, I would assume that.
But, and remember, what we're trying to do is to keep place-based planning program going. And so whether the legislature cares about what Midcoast is doing specifically, having the report means this is the value of this program. And therefore you should continue to fight to the program.
I'm sorry.
No, you should go ahead, Jeff. I guess the only thing I'd say is I wonder if this maybe ties back to what you were talking about earlier, Peggy, which is, how do you keep all the agencies engaged? And so if you are talking about a report, is it limited to going to the legislature, or is it going to the commissions or something like that of the various agencies? As much as, there's a lot of reports that agencies do, so, but maybe that is a way to get at that also piece that you were concerned about earlier.
Jeff, and then I see.
Yeah, I'm heartened to hear that we're looking at periodic review rather than some land use, like the land use side. I can tell you that the land use side quickly, and I want to make sure that this group doesn't fall into the same trap, that the process is the product. We have the ability to not do that. And so that's the reason I raised the question earlier about like the 20-year land supply, the 20-year water supply. How does that get reviewed? What are the triggers? Having periodic review, I think, is far more appropriate. And so that's why to get that out of my brain.
Dan?
Yeah, I agree with the basic concept that, if you have a plan like that, it's better to have it like as a rolling, living kind of document rather than when sitting in. Way back when there were basin plans, there were some basins that really used them and they stayed pretty much alive, and there were others that were just shelf fillers. So I think having that reporting, I think to the legislature usually it just gets lost, but I want to try to tie it into this concept that had come up before about one of the prizes or whatever you get for having a plan is the fact that you're going to have help implementing the implementation coordination or whatever we're calling it. Hopefully with some kind of interagency participation. That's valuable. And we can't promise, any specific pot of money. A lot of excellent comments were made by everybody about saying it's really going to depend on what it is, and it obviously changes from time to time. It might be federal, it might be state, it might be whatever. But if you're given, the prospect of having a body, an interagency body that's going to help you coordinate implementation of the plan, then that's really valuable to kind of keep the thing going. And maybe that's to whom these annual reports are given, of saying, where are your metrics? How are you doing? The whole thing. That seems to me that's where that fits. Because this is assumed you've got an approved plan. If you got an approved plan, then the update issue, the keeping it up on a live scale is going to work in the concept of that implementation coordination. That seems to make sense to me, and I think it could have some value.
Okay, let's go there. Let's look at what options are up there for potentially making some recommendations here. Lily's got a slide on that, I think. There is not a handout on it. It's in version 2. It's the same language that she had up there on the screen. It's exactly. It's also in the grid table. I have verbatim the language. Well, not verbatim, sorry, but it's with 3 kind of different types of implementation supports that might be built in. I just want to acknowledge, as you're looking at this, you hadn't had the conversation you just had. So let's all recognize that the conversation is evolving as we speak, as you speak. And so this is inevitably going to change. This is not static, right? Okay, so let's see how now what we've talked about kind of ties to any of these ideas. So let's look at what Lily's got up on the screen. There were kind of 3 different types of implementation supports that might be part of this. If you get a recognized plan, could you get support for implementation coordination that might have some of these ideas here? Could you actually get some explicit project implementation support? Could you get some support with from the state to help plan groups update plans, or as we've just talked about, do some of that iterative live, like annual kind of checking in or whatever. And then there might be other options, ideas that actually people have talked about today. One was, you know, if you did implementation coordination support, would that be partly the interagency toolkit that Chandra mentioned? Could you put together sort of like, what are these different funding opportunities that might exist and become support to help groups know where to go? Could you do some kind of a gap analysis for funding? Would that be a support that might be part of implementation coordination? So there's other ideas that are floating on the table. But we want to just kind of see where there's some there from this group in terms of what you might recommend or advise to the state in terms of clarifying this piece of the puzzle, if you will. Thank you.
So I just really want to clarify what I said earlier. I don't care if it goes to the legislature or not. I just want it done.
Yeah.
And because it will go to the legislature if there's a value. Somebody will take it to the legislature if there's a value to it. But so I just want to make sure that
Okay. You're soft pedaling that one a little bit. Okay.
I just want to make sure that the report is done biennial.
Okay. Kelly?
It seems to me that this type of implementation strategy, or having these sort of 3 options, I kind of like it. It allows for that sort of tiered approach that we discussed also a little bit earlier, for all, whatever the tiered approach definition we're using. But it does allow entry, I think, at all these different levels, depending on where you're at in the process. I personally like the idea of having, you know, the 3 different options.
You like having all 3 options?
I do.
Okay.
Yeah, because it allows entry points for implementation. Even though to me, I see some of it as implementation, some of it as TA in my head. But it's just different places of entry.
Kimberly?
I guess, this is related to my comment earlier, which is we would have real concerns with developing a new fund project. I think it's one thing to develop a toolkit to get people to make fun, but I'm reading number 2
to provide resources.
Yeah,
You're right.
I'm reading number 2 as saying funding a project. So we would have.
Yeah, so not creating a specific
Yeah.
fund for project implementation.
And I
get that.
So do we like the first one? Let's just look at the first one around. Should there be some guaranteed implementation coordination if you get a plan that's recognized by the state? Should there be resources provided to fund continued engagement of planning groups and state partners to move a plan into implementation?
This often is like the most needed money, honestly, getting the people at the table part, in my opinion.
What? I'm not countering you.
No, yeah. I'm looking at it. Always like she's thinking.
I was just gonna say, like, I think that piece makes sense, but you know, there are a lot of details under that, which I'm not sure if it's through. I don't know that we have time to deal with, but like, I feel like someone said it at the beginning, I'm not sure if it's Sarah Reeves or someone else, but you know, ensuring, for instance, ensuring that implementation of strategies is done. So you're, you know, addressing all of it at the school, ensuring engagement, you know, the diverse group, stuff like that. There's a lot of nits underneath, but I think generally broken why And I think so we're not okay with 2 on 3, you know, I do think JR made some good points. That's sort of the conversation we already had, but I don't know about that. I think actually JR and also Raquel, I mean, we just need to balance. I think what everyone said on that one, like balancing funding, do we want to be funding new places planning versus basically all the conversation.
Let's pause for a moment and see if there are work group members who haven't had an opportunity to say or ask questions in this conversation today. You know who you are. I will call on you if I need to, but any of the folks, especially on the Zoom, that haven't had a chance to speak your mind a little bit on what you're hearing, share perspective and or ask questions about this piece of the puzzle. Just put your virtual hand up if you want to weigh in. Kristen.
Yeah, I like that in the first one, that third bullet talks about continuing to balance in-stream and out-of-stream interests. I've been a part of one planning process, not place-based planning, but another effort where some of the projects are moving forward and others are left behind just because of the nuance of funding and opportunity. And it's causing a lot of friction and challenges. So I think that to the extent, you know, we're recommending ongoing investment, just continuing to think about the balance between the various water needs and making sure that these items are advancing. You know, nothing can be perfectly in coordination and all entirely balanced, but you should see the projects, you know, kind of moving forward in a way that continues to balance the different interests.
Daniel has to say goodbye. Thanks for being with us, Daniel. Okay, Kelly and Peggy.
I just had a quick clarification question, and it was, is the funding, because I heard you mention like making a new pot of funding. So is the funding that is currently in place for place-based planning is only for the plan, not for any implementation? Or is that explicitly said?
That is mostly correct.
Okay.
There is some ARPA funding that came through. It's more for implementation and coordination. But generally, the planning to date has been, and I think that if we talked about maybe since the program does sunset in terms of the funding authority, I think it needs to be more explicit.
Sure. Thank you.
So we're looking at the 3 of them. We certainly, I think most of us would support the continuing help with making sure that the plan gets implemented. But I'm trying to figure out how to put in that the other items that are important, because it is important to make sure that there is funding for implementation. I'm not asking for a new fund or whatever, but I want to make sure that there is funding for it, which is sort of implicit in 2, but not quite. And then number 3 talks about updating if you've got new data. And so, so I can see that as a part of the, I don't necessarily do the 10-year thing, but if in fact there's something new that has happened when in this plan or from the plan's work, it's important that that be recognized and need to maybe do a plan modification simply because all of a sudden you have this new and different thing happening in your region.
Well, right now, how this is, I mean, and Lily, maybe you could help as well with what somewhat the intent behind this plan update support. So this is really about saying, what if any state resources should be available to assist groups through an update up to a plan? I think that's the primary. And Raquel had a nice framing earlier of like what the planning groups need to be successful. this is a question that the state is kind of asking. So there's probably a conversation about how often plans should be updated and how they stay relevant and all of that, which is one thing, but this is a question of what if any state resources should be there to support, and whether or not you want to advise back to whoever's going to make decisions about the evolution of this program, whether you would advise building something more in. As Raquel just said, there's really nothing explicit right now about guaranteed support for implementation in any real, like, guaranteed support, particularly around funding. So Jeff, let's just
Yeah,
think about it in that context.
No, and I want to piggyback on that. I
Yeah.
think it's outside of our pay grade to tell them whether or not to create a new fund. I do think it's within our purview to say that we need to support place-based planning to include implementation. Now, how they go about doing that will be up to their wisdom. But for all that is holy, do not count on ARPA funds. There's one-time money, it doesn't count.
December
Doesn't count.
2024.
Doesn't count. Because it's a false horizon. So, and we're not gonna see that kind of investment in some time. So I just caution on that, but while Kimberly and I may disagree on new funding sources, that we get to do that together at a dais in front of the legislature. But as terms of this group, I would just urge us to say, how do we wish to see this frame?
Dan's been holding his hand up.
Oh, sorry, Dan.
Oh, go ahead, Dan.
Oh, no problem. I was gonna say on that, and I guess we're talking about all of them now, but I don't see any implementation coordination. As I said, I think should be something we specifically recommend and assume that somehow that is funded. I mean, that's agency people, that's whoever's involved having to do that, along with the particular planning groups, and just roll the updating of information and reporting into that item. I don't think you need a separate one, because I don't know how you're going to coordinate implementation over time if you're not keeping it up to date as to what your key metrics are and what you've done and everything else. It doesn't make sense to me. So I think that's an easy add. And I think it was Peggy who mentioned, trying to get money. And maybe in that second bullet, you just include the word advocating, identifying, preparing, and applying to and advocating for funding opportunities. Something like that. Then it just kind of, it doesn't guarantee anything, but it raises it in people's view. And when they're doing, LAs and kind of propose, looking at what's coming up, that's one of the items that people have to pay attention to.
Can I ask a question about that, Dan and others? Since up in the coordination piece in the second bullet, you have a state support to identify, prepare, and apply to funding opportunities. So there'd be some way for the state to support that, whether it's just ongoing funding for the group to kind of stay together on that or whatever. But
It has to be some kind of funding just for real. We're telling that, especially since as I said, I think a key part of that is the interagency component of that. There's has to be staffing. You have to staff the agencies to be able to work on coordinating implementation among however many plans you've got. So I think we have to, make sure it's a funded mandate, not an unfunded mandate, or it's just going to take away from something else the agencies are doing.
I guess that was where I was going, was the question or the idea Chandra raised about the interagency support to help groups to identifying the sources, and through the recognition of the plan, it's a bit of an endorsement that says advocating for. So I just trying to tie all these conversations into something that maybe is cohesive to this. All right, Anton and then Jeff.
I just really want to echo those sentiments. I think we've kind of de facto done that in the grant run. There's been some money that's remained available, so we can keep our facilitated person on as a grant writer. It's just crucial to have somebody to actually do that work. We haven't had a lot of trouble finding grants and being awarded those grants. We need somebody to do that grant writing, so having a little bit of funding to support them is critical. The agency staff have been terrific in being there to help support us through that. But it would be great to formalize that staff capacity going forward, certainly. And then I think, maybe it does make a lot of sense just to sort of rapidly periodic report the requirements into that implementation support. I mean, we're doing reporting anyway for the grants that we've been awarded, so it wouldn't be a huge stretch for that person to grant writing broader report at some point. That might be the place to focus. Now that I think about it, sort of wrap all that.
Okay, so another pitch to kind of pull some of these into that overarching coordination support. Okay, Jeff?
I mean, I'm glad that you brought that up, because I was gonna ask what you guys do and what your reporting requirements are. And if you're already doing it, we might as well just, if it's just replicating it and changing the format a wee bit, then there's no undue hardship to do that. And does the Water Resources Department now, when someone puts in for something, is there a triage? Maybe I should say this in a more affirmative way. There should be a triage for them to be able to enter into this pre-consult, right? And then learn about what they need and kind of where various streams might be. That gets to your toolkit idea, right? So maybe you thought this was going to go through another direction, but really this one goes to a different fund at the end of the rainbow that you didn't anticipate, but it still gives you a path, right? So I don't want us to lose that could be that way you're not institutionalizing some barriers to smaller entities who may not know what they know. The bubbles go up to the surface, but that's not it. Non-sports metaphor. That's very difficult.
Yeah, so we have, go ahead. Those biennial reports really provide the opportunity to say, this is what's missing, or this is what was successful in doing my implementation. So that's the other reason that I like the concept of, as long as, again, as I've now heard from two people, but it's not necessarily burdensome.
Yeah. Yeah, so I think that we do have for our grant programs, we recommend that you do a pre-application consultation. Now, I think what you're also queuing up, which is a little bit of this goes maybe into some of the statewide issues, right? In terms of each program is so specific in terms of funding requirements that to anticipate one person to know all of the programs is a particular challenge, right? Unless you fund somebody to just do that, right? And so that's something that I think over the years as we've put more of a focus on water projects and how those are funded. The question perpetually comes up of, well, what's all the funding programs that are out there, right? And then trying to, I know Business Oregon and a couple of other agencies, they do like these one-stop meetings, but not every agency is even in those. So maybe there's something around that in terms of this, who's the various agencies, and that gets a little bit to what Chandra had talked about as
Yeah,
well.
I think it should be pretty agnostic, right?
About
who it is.
where the money comes from, as long as it gets the job done.
Yeah. So yeah, and being tied to this particular program that is linked right now to your agency, like trying to figure out if there's a specific around that, and maybe this becomes something that's a bigger system-wide recommendation. So I'm not hearing any pushback on these ideas other than the concern about like articulating that you want a specific project implementation fund for place-based planning. But that the recommendation emerging is really around guaranteeing explicitly some support for these plans to have support through the gateway to implementation that isn't really structured right now in the program. That there's an interagency component to it. that there's still a partnership component to it. So it's still planning groups being participants in this. It's not just handing it off and then the state does whatever it's supposed to do, but it's continuing partnership, which I think is all still showing up in this, how this is basically framed. And then there's one sort of more specific potential add-on to the types of coordination, which would be around providing some kind of a toolkit or support to groups to kind of figure out what the various like grant or funding opportunities might be. Jennifer?
Just a question for clarification. And understanding this process, we're talking about implementation and the coordination of implementation. Is there a typical entity who would take on that role? I mean, is there somebody in mind, or based on people's experiences? Is that case by case who kind of owns that? Because to me, like, I'm hearing the conversation around, you're gonna like do some adaptive management, you're gonna give information, or you're gonna report on whether something's successful or projects and prioritize, like who owns that?
So what we've talked about so far, I think, is that WRD is still the home agency for this program period. But the actual implementation may be something that happens at DEQ. Chandra has suggested that there might be some sort of a toolkit that lists all the different places that people could get money to implement or assistance in some ways to implement. But I think at this point, we're not talking about moving that idea of providing coordination support out of the one agency that's responsible for place-based planning.
Yeah, and like maybe just to kind of plan that too. So Anton, I heard you talk about like how you had your facilitator also be the grant writer. But at the same time, she's doing that on behalf of, she's doing that on behalf of the tribe or the group at large. Yeah, and so like who says who tells the facilitator, these are the top 3 grants we want to pursue because these are our top, I mean, like how does that get coordinated? Because I would think, yeah, so the planning group.
We've asked agency staff, and thankfully agency staff have been there for us, but I don't, it's not a formalized arrangement to give staff, agency staff capacity for that. We could formalize that.
Right, because I'm hearing afterwards when people say like the implementation is where sometimes things start falling apart. If you don't have a glue, identify it to kind of keep, whatever it is, keep scheduling meetings to keep the master list of activities who says, oh, I think it's time to incorporate this new information or data so that we can go to a one-stop meeting or so that we can do this next. There's kind of, to me, there's I just reflecting on some of what I think. Yeah, I think that's what we've been talking about is there's the funding for implementing. So there's implementation coordination. The state and the planning groups need to still be, working on this. It can't just be the state. It can't just be the planning group. And so the planning group does need funding for that piece. So that's what we're kind of calling implementation coordination. And then there's also the implementation itself. Some of that implementation may be state agency, we'd like you to do this rulemaking, for example, right? And then that obviously isn't the funding issue, that's a coordination of particular state agencies, but then you have the ones that require funding for implementation, actually implementing projects. And then that's where this question has been coming up of, well, it's not just going to always be WRD. So then what's the coordination, because it's really the suite of state agencies. And then that question is there some kind of formal process that we need to have to ensure that the state agencies are continuing to be apprised of progress and priorities that are coming from the planning groups? That's what I've heard, sorry.
Kelly, Chandra, Kimberly.
I'll just say quickly, I think this conversation definitely puts a pin in the fact too that this is why it's so important to have the local buy-in, because I think there does seem to be a local lead on it. I don't think it's OWRD, to tell you the truth. And like in processes we've done in the past and in strategic plans we're in with partners, it's the same thing because you absolutely have to have somebody with the whip because it doesn't get done. But so generally, you know, we identify that within the planning group too. So I don't know, I'd be curious if you guys did that on a local level too, where you're like, you know, the SWCD is gonna be the coordination lead on this project. We're gonna get together coordinately, you know, because everybody has different work plan when it comes down to the planning. In my mind anyway. So yeah, I think that's just like, this is really putting a really big emphasis on like why you do need a local leader to pull these projects together and to coordinate with the state agencies. But again, there has to be funding there for that person to do that.
Yeah, so I guess my point is, like building off that, right, where much like just the conversation around place-based planning at large, locally led, but then state supported and with some benchmarks. And so to the ownership question, I do struggle still with the balanced representation of in-stream and out-stream water interests, which I think is a really important piece of state support, right? And a lot of the agencies have a stake in that in informing whether or not that's occurring or not, in combination, of course, with the local planning groups. And so it sounds like I know that we engage in implementation right now in Napa Grand Ron. You know, state does have some input into that process, but I am curious to put a finer point on that piece. Because I do think it gets to, I think that just has to be spelled out a little bit more to have an understanding of what we're recommending, how we recommend that continues to occur over time. I mean, I think it's a really important part of keeping momentum with the implementation efforts and keeping broad support so that we can all advocate for resources at the legislature. So anyway, I just wanted to say that.
We asked, I'm going to come back to Kristen for just a moment because Kristen had mentioned that this one really struck you as important as well. Do you want to offer a suggestion of how to Chandra's question of what would that look like to ensure the pursuit of strategies and actions continue to represent blah, 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 blah. What does that actually look like or structurally in this? Is it through the annual reporting?
Yeah. Gosh, I'm driving now, so I don't know that I can be very helpful. I don't know. I think that deserves some thought, perhaps within the annual report. That is a check-in question that continues to elevate the pathway orientation for that to whoever kind of seeing and reviewing this. But I could imagine a number of checks and balances in that process to make sure it's progressing that way, including checks and balances with the funding streams. I think where it gets difficult is that in reality, any of these plans will have multiple sources of funding. The state's not going to be able to support everything that needs to happen in one of these. There'll be, likely lots of federal funding going towards the investment than state. And those state federal programs, many of them really don't have that same expectation for balanced needs within the programs. And you want to go out and get that money so that you can get, the entirety of the work done. But if one stream is really successful and it's not meeting the other pieces, that's where, things kind of fall apart. So if that's a requirement for sustaining, state recognition on an annual basis or some other, kind of check and balance in the system, I think it would be helpful. And you want to have enough flexibility that if it's just a year or two delay for one of those objectives, once again, don't miss out on getting the funding that's available to get some of the work done. It just can't continue to sustain that way through the life of the plan. So you don't end up at a balanced outcome in the end. So I apologize, Robin. I don't think I'm offering exactly what you're looking for. But
you are,
that
actually.
would be kind of the objective I would want to seek, is some sort of regular check-in to make sure that, if nothing else, all of the stakeholders feel confident that they're on a pathway to get all the needs met.
Chandra's nodding her head that, yeah, in fact, you are responding to the question with some ideas about, perhaps there's some requirement through the reporting that would like renew your recognition or something like that.
Implementation
this-
support funding. just-
Yeah,
that's
and
a condition of
implementation support
proceeding
funding.
with that support,
Right.
be showing progress on all the.
Yeah, and I like the idea of having like some flexibility in that, right? Like you're proceeding with diligence to do these things, recognizing that there are things that are going to be outside of the planning group's control. Like whether or not you get funding in certain circumstances or what opportunities are available, but that you need to be exerting effort to be moving forward all of the different pathways, you know, and doing that with a reasonable diligence, I think.
Okay. So others weigh in on how this idea is kind of sitting with you, if it's resonating or not. Kimberly and then Raquel.
I guess, for myself, I think I will need to do whatever. I will need to be in writing what comes out of this conversation, because I'm hearing different people agreeing to what I think are different things or articulating different paths. And I think, for instance, Raquel, you said part of it would be of the Water Resources Department would work with the group on implementing rules. And that's not what I'm talking about when I'm talking, you know, that's not what I'm thinking about when I'm thinking about implementation. I'm thinking about more, you know, continuing to engage the group, coordinating on, you know, fundraising for balanced projects, which is very different than like somehow getting this group authority to direct the state to do a rule. So I just want to, I'm just putting the plug in that I'm hearing different things, and so for me, I have been right for it.
Yeah.
But I like the conversation.
Yeah, I think, Kimberly, I guess what I would say to that is, you know, and really what I was going to queue up for you all to think about as you walk through this conversation is that I think some of the plans have up to 50 recommended actions on them, right? So when you're talking about, you're not going to make progress on all 50. So what do you really mean when you're talking about that? And I agree, this conversation isn't necessarily focused on the rule. I was giving that as an example of some recommendations that may come out, some process. We can talk more offline about what I'm thinking about in particular, but I would just remember that as you frame this, there's a lot of recommended actions that can come out of these things. And so what do you really mean when you're saying progress on all of that?
Yeah.
I think somebody mentioned just to check back with broader stakeholder groups, make sure everyone's happy with the product. I think that would be sufficient. Maybe that's part of the, you know, checking every 2 years or something. Cross section stakeholder groups is, yeah, we're working on moving some stuff, some is moving more quickly than others.
So that would be another accountability space, is actually back to the multi-interest group who helped develop the plan, not just the state being some accountability measure, but the group itself being an accountability measure.
So the report's coming from that group.
Yeah.
It's not coming from the state. The state might be assisting, but it's coming from the group.
Yeah, and again, ideally, each of those groups are actually doing work, so there is something to, you know, update and show progress.
To your question earlier, that's what we've done, looking at different work groups and different needs depending on interest. Yeah, support facilitators and facilitators.
Yeah, so it's a lot of moving pieces that have to connect up, yeah.
All right, well, with that, let's take a break. It's much needed, I'm sure. So we'll resume at 3 o'clock and put a little bow on this conversation, see what's happening next with version 3. And we'll see you at 3 o'clock.
Robin,
Do it, we got less than an hour, people.
Okay.
Got this.
Some kind of afternoon second wind. I do want to get us back to the meeting. We have just an hour to go, and we need to get through a few more things. So, we like the ambiance in the room, or should we go like? It's too late. Yeah. All right, so let's orient to the agenda again. We're gonna take a look at the system level recommendations piece. So this is just as a reminder to everyone. There was a small group after the really rich, robust conversation that you had on the 20th about, there's certain pieces around data and around staff and our staff capacity and interagency coordination that we feel is kind of broader and more overarching than just toward place-based planning. And so the idea was, can we pull some of these things out and make those sort of like, in order for any planning tool to be effective, in order for the planning and management system to be effective in Oregon, these things need to be addressed. And that's what the small group went to try to craft some words around that they would like to bring for you to consider today. And that group was Bob, Kristen, Kate, Kelly, and Peggy. Kelly was not present, but was cheering the group on from the email.
Sorry.
But mostly it's Bob, Kristen, Kate, and Peggy.
And a lot less Bob.
And so we shared that in how did we share that with?
It's
y'all?
called draft House Bill 5006 Work Group Draft Proposals and it's a 2-pager.
Okay, let's pull it up and have somebody, one of the spokespeople that wants to speak to this, share with us what you got here. And then if Lily or Jenna can pull that up so we can just look at it on the screen. And is it in a handout as well?
Yeah, that's what I said. There's a handout. It's called the House Bill 5006 Work Group Draft Proposals for Overarching / System Level Recommendations for Discussion Purposes only.
Cool. All right.
It's 2 pages.
Kristen's driving, so we won't ask her to read it.
Thank you, Peggy.
And
So to meet statewide goals and mandates for managing in-stream and out-of-stream water needs with a changing climate, Oregon needs to make significant investments in water planning. Any state-supported regional water planning and management, notice this doesn't say place-based planning only, must be underpinned with the budgets and capacity needed to do this work at the state level. To meet this need, state leadership must prioritize and address the current overarching system level need for funding related to state agency data collection and analysis, agency capacity, and interagency coordination. So that's the overall premise. And then there are 3 specifics. And do you want me to continue to read? Going once, going twice.
so how this is formatted is that the small group said, we need to lean in about why, what's the whole point of this? That's what Peggy just read. The number 1, 2, 3, 4, I think there's 4 of them. There's 3 are the specific recommendations around this that they are kind of putting before you as proposals.
And this all came from, you all had a 3-hour conversation at the last meeting, 2 of which I was there. I started it when I said that we needed to do something about this whole thing. So I was pleased when you guys had the 3-hour conversation, which I did listen to that too. So we all talked about it in a small group and did some wordsmithing. Thank you, Lily, for doing the work to begin with to help put it all together. The legislature should fund data inventories across the state to understand foundational informational needs in each basin. Data inventories would inform strategic and effective water planning and management and help prioritize state-supported regional water planning throughout the state with a focus on areas of scarcity. Kelly.
I just had a quick question. For the number 1, that first one, it does say in there, because I was sort of thinking about, it should fund inventories around the state, which I like, but I didn't know if there was anything, do we need to include like a priority of like data collection on the state's behalf? Or is that just sort of say that's across the state and then prioritize the planning effort? like. I didn't know if there's places like, you know, that we need data more quickly because we know there's a problem that we need to address like right now versus. Anyway, that was just.
So the only priority in the document right now is that we're prioritizing the regional planning. And then we added with a focus on areas of scarcity.
Okay.
So I don't know if that takes care of it, because we know frankly that we've talked about this, we're not gonna get all the money that we need, want, or whatever. So if that doesn't take care of the prioritizing thing, then that needs to, we need to put a little check mark by it. The legislature should fund the appropriate level of agency capacity needed for interagency data collection and analysis and technical support and coordinated work planning and budgeting to ensure robust cooperation and engagement by and between agencies. We'll just talk about that. In support of water planning and management efforts that seek to meet both in-stream and out-of-stream water needs. So that's another clarification to make sure that that was the case. And then the last one is the legislature should fund climate-informed water budgets for basins across the state to better understand current and future hydrologic conditions. This work would lead to better informed water planning and management. However, given the critical need for water planning and the long-term nature of this type of commitment, having climate-informed water budgets should not be a prerequisite for regional water planning to begin. And that was sort of a nod to Representative Owens, who is a major advocate of water budgets. So the last paragraph has to do with the community engagement part. So this is it. This is the overarching recommendation to. We don't care what you do about place-based planning. We want to make sure place-based planning happens, and you can chew about what it looks like, but we need this stuff to do whatever regional planning happens in the state.
I had a question of DEQ.
Yeah.
I have a coordination call, set up, I think in the next couple of weeks, and it's about the water portal, or water portal, there we go.
Water portal.
Is that kind of similar to number one? Because I know it has something to do with like data gaps and kind of what's going on in each basin and what you feel with this type of.
So there's a couple of things, which I also had a question about this first one too. There's, in terms of this, the state broadly, there's a requirement just based on legislation that passed in 17 or 19 around making state agency data publicly and making it available. And so all the agencies are already required to inventory their data sets across all types of data that they manage. So there's that requirement that exists. I think, there's some deadlines this year around the states pulling together. In the 19 session, DEQ received some money to lead an interagency effort around really what we're calling the water data portal, which is making data available. It's not about the collecting of data. It's more about trying to find out what water data do water decision makers need, or what do they routinely want, and how do we serve that up in a way that is kind of user friendly for that purpose.
Outside of labor, outside of the.
So yeah, across all the water related agencies.
Like
So-
there's the portal where you input data for DEQ. like in
Yes,
data.
yeah, and it's actually Aquams is its
Oh,
new name, yeah,
okay.
but we've got a more modern
There
system,
we
but
go,
yeah,
okay.
Aquams, and that's just water quality data.
Yeah.
So we're talking about water related data, so much bigger tent, a
Okay.
much bigger tent. And so how do we bring that data together, starting with the state agencies and then ultimately with an eye to local and federal agencies? How do we create like a web-based portal so that people can access data sets that they need? And so that's the conversation
Then.
it's being managed out of DEQ, but it's really an interagency effort about kind of understanding what do people need, what's available. We know there's going to be data quality issues or formatting issues that this needs to bring about. So that's kind of that piece of it.
that help answer your?
Yeah, I was confused. I didn't know what Peggy was saying, number one, had anything to do with these other emails I'm getting. It's interesting.
Well, yes and no. That, because the water portal at this point is what data exists today in ODF&W's pot, in WRD's pot, in DSL's pot, in figuring out a way to put it together. And my caution here is that they've simply gotten the money to have this conversation. They are going to be asking in the 23 session for money to actually maybe create this idea, which probably would not be available until 25 or 27. And I think that we're talking about making sure that we have what we've all heard in all our conversations is we just need the data to do the planning, no matter where it's housed.
Yeah, makes sense. Okay. And you had a question about this one as well? Jennifer?
Right, yeah, because I almost wonder if those things should be swapped. So the first sentence reads fund data inventories across the state to understand foundational data and information needs. Wouldn't it be the other way around, understanding foundational data needs and availability of data to meet that? Because I think, and as some of my good scientists, folks who work for me always remind me, in order to know what you need to know what questions you're trying to answer to be able to bring the right data. The data falls from the question that you're asking, right? And that might inform that, because otherwise, as written, and trying to think what the intent was here, but as written, it sounds like inventories and then.
What's the intent with number one? Just to clarify for everybody. So you had started off talking about these being where the group had talked about situational assessments some time back. And this was sort of a translation to, it's a data inventory really that we're trying to look at. So what does that mean to you? What does that mean when you say that?
I think the concept was that we have been told that place-based planning groups in particular, but all regional planning groups needed to have some foundational data that they didn't have to begin with. So somehow or another, and I hear the restructuring, and rewording it would be great if you want to help us. But I think that was the whole idea was to try to make sure that we address what we thought we heard from everybody.
Which recognize the lack of data available to do proper planning.
Right, but you have to have some baseline information in order to do any effective planning or management in that area.
Yeah, actually, from what I'm not saying, it kind of makes me think that it's a little bit of an iterative process, because I think there's probably some baseline data that we would say for every basin, we should evaluate whether or not they have this data. So I'm just giving examples. It's maybe not for them, but and reflecting on kind of this situation. So you want to have some criteria like, okay, what data are we looking for? And then from there, this is where you would say, okay, we have this data, we don't have this data. And so then that gets back to your informational needs. You need to have some kind of setting out of what the general information is that groups across the board need. And then you need that assessment to understand what you have. And then from there, that will identify those information needs. I think that's what I was hearing from this group.
So where this came from, by the way, just to clarify, came from the notes that Lily took from the 3 hours and the October 20th meeting. And then we simply did a little wordsmithing to, for instance, to make sure that we added the in-stream and out-of-stream, to make sure that we added focus on areas of scarcity, those kinds of subsets. So the rest of it all came from the conversation we all had last meeting.
And this is in context of place-based planning, right? So we're sort of presuming that it's going to be used to create a water budget. So we look at it, that's the question we're trying to answer. We have basic data to kind of formulate a water budget.
I think this whole thing was meant to be, no matter what kind of regional planning there is, because for instance, officially the Deschutes Basin is not a place-based planning effort. So, whatever the regional planning effort is, these are the foundational things that we should deal with. After this and the community engagement part, then you have, and here's one way to do it, and here's the place-based planning effort that we're recommending. And that, of course, would apply to that group, that work.
Yeah, so I mean, I think there's a reason why we were calling it overarching.
Right.
It is kind of bigger than place-based plan. Really, the group, I think, started, I wouldn't say deviating away from that conversation, but we were going away from what this group was kind of originally charged to do by the legislature. And so I think some of this language was developed with that in mind, is like, you know, we're together having these conversations. I think we should be looking at a bigger picture of this place.
Kate wants to weigh in on that too. Oh, good.
Thanks, yeah, I'm sorry, I had to step away. Yeah, I think maybe the structuring and wording might be awkward here, but I think we're operating from the premise that in a perfect world, every basin would have a water budget for any kind of water planning that the state leads or the community engages in. And I don't exactly know, I think the data inventory was an effort to understand what currently exists, which it sounds like some place-based planning processes were even missing that. And then eventually to get to the point where full climate informed water budgets exist for each basin, but having some prioritization within that, just given state priorities and budget needs. And so maybe that data inventory and water budget piece can be combined in a different way. So we're just, we're wanting to make sure that priority basins have water budgets to work from, but in the absence of having them fully developed, we at least want to know what data already exists in the basin.
Is that providing some clarity, or Anton still looks a little perplexed?
So we am the biggest proponent of data out there. We need more data, but we need usable data. And so it needs to be in context to some question we're trying to answer. We can't go and say, what are all the answers out there? What's our question? And I don't know how we necessarily get around that. Here, but yeah, I just worry that data inventories broadly, I know our wordsmith are dangerous, but I don't want to be too broad, because what kind of data? There are all sorts of different types of data. So, I don't know how many bets are, but like, might look at.
I have a quick question back to the group too, because help us understand what is different between 1 and 3. You have data inventory, but then you have climate informed water budgets. So is the first one about figuring out what we know and what we don't know? What data we have and what we don't have, or the inventory part of it?
So remember, as you look at us, this was your conversation that Lily just helped put together. So what I think, I'm looking at the second sentence to sort of answer Anton's. Data inventories should inform strategic and effective water planning and management, and help support this work. Whether it's the sentences are all in the right place, the idea is to make sure that we have the data we need for the regional water planning that's happening. And I think that's the concept. If this is said inarticulately, that's acceptable, but that's the whole goal. Is the thing that this whole group started this whole conversation with 8 months ago or whatever it was. We need the data in order to do good planning.
And I'm not sure that we need to get so dug into it that we identify what data gaps exist or what should be prioritized. Maybe that should be left up to the people in a particular basin. There's gonna be variation basin to basin. And so, it is the legislature tasked to fund that initiative. And, maybe it is a good thing that it's somewhat broad-based, creates an umbrella. I mean, if there's one thing I'm taking out of this process is how grossly underfunded and the need for this information is for the future all Oregonian, so I hope that that resonates through these statements to the legislature and how big a priority this would should be for the legislature to fund.
Yeah, I agree with Bob. I mean, I think, my recollection of this document is that there's a lot of details in the rest of it. And it was sort of like, I felt like this whole group did coalesce around at least those two ideas, that we needed data and good data, and we needed staff capacity and help. So it seemed like some place that like, everybody's like, yeah, we need that. And yes, we all agree on this. And so that was what my assumption of this is. It's just this very broad overarching, statement of these are some gaps that we all believe in together that need to be pushed forward together. So I'm with you a little bit on I think the water budget came in maybe for Rep Owens, but they are a little closely tied, but I also see that 1 and 2 together could also inform the third thing. I mean, there might be some, number 1's like the parts and the pieces, and number 2 is the people to get it there. And then number 3 is like the people putting the parts and the pieces together to look at the picture. That was well said, Billy. I like that.
There very well may be, and Lily and I could take a look at this. I should say Lily, to be honest, about how this is Lily.
Thanks, Lily.
But I do think in the guidance that we had for the planning groups, that there was a phase of, kind of understanding your, water quantity, quality, ecosystem. So when we're again thinking about integrated water resources planning, water budgets tend to focus on water quantity. And so Jennifer, you started this conversation. So I just want to bring it back to make sure that I think when we think about what the planning groups needed, they needed data that was, they're able to, utilize it, right? Because some of our data, it requires a technical person to then translate it to then make it so it's usable, right? So it's about usable data that's, helps them understand their water quantity, quality, those systems. Now this is through the lens of what did the planning groups, so that doesn't mean you all have to recommend that. But just to put a point of like, what's the question we're trying to answer and respond. I think maybe some of that might be in the guidance. I'm not sure of what we tasked groups to do, which was to, kind of outline what their current water situation was. So hopefully that's helpful context.
And I think with that context, this makes a lot of sense. I wasn't sure, I'm assuming that context is there broadly. And if not, maybe we should add it more explicitly, but I don't know, again, like the data inventory is a very broad task.
Yeah.
Look at everything under the sun, water quality data, water usage, groundwater, et cetera, et cetera. So that just seems like a really tall order. Potentially it may be a little bit more than it's necessary.
But just say understand foundational informational needs, maybe just emphasizing that foundational more. What the actually. Jennifer, restructure that sentence.
Kimberly and then Bob. I guess just a friendly amendment, and I think it's maybe along the line of what Tom was saying, but I know up above you have anything monitoring somewhere I thought, but to the extent that this is a funding piece that probably will, might make it into legislation or fuel discussions on legislation, I would offer that each piece you need to have the words interim and outstream in there, so it doesn't get lost. So like, in other words, in front of foundational data, it should tied to foundational data to be interim and outstream. And or, I'm not quite sur how we get it for what Raquel just said. It's not just quantity, it's also quality. So, you could have water quantity, quality, and ecosystem, but then ecosystem, not everyone sees these things because of the same rules that, not everyone does. So anyway, I would just offer the specificity in each bullet would be great tied to that. And then I think I'm still digesting it, but I think you said this, Kelly, but what I understood the earlier discussions to center on, which is an understanding of what we have as far as in-stream, out-of-stream, water quality, et cetera, understanding the data gaps, and then a path to filling these data gaps. And I think that's all there, but I can. Yeah.
So just another little subset, because those are all helpful conversations, is the other thing that some of us heard in the smaller group, I think, was, and I think Bob just said it a little bit ago, besides doing this place-based planning, detailed figuring out about how that system worked, that somehow or another there were members of this group that really wanted to say a more general thing about how important it is to recognize water in Oregon and recognize that we need to be taking some real action around water. And I think that's the purpose of it, whether, you know, edit, wordsmith, whatever is fine, but I think it's the concept that, hello, water is really important in Oregon, and the legislature needs to take an active role in helping address in-stream, out-of-stream, water scarcity, whatever, all the crises that are happening in Oregon around the world. So.
But it does seem like earlier conversations, there was really quite a bit of alignment around the concept of funding data and capacity.
Yeah.
So it seems like, I don't know if you are taking friendly amendments or like how you want to do this process, right? It's hard to wordsmith
Yeah.
in the moment.
What I've got so far on just the first one is that we're switching the two senses of, so basically saying data inventories should inform strategic and effective water planning management and help prioritize state support and planning throughout the state with a focus on periods of water scarcity. The legislature should fund data inventories across the state to understand in-stream and out-of-stream foundational informational usage basin. That's the only friendly amendment I've got rolling right now.
So I guess my question was, is there going to be, rather than wordsmithing in the moment, are you taking, is there time for amendment? Or
Lily's gonna put in version 3 of whatever we think the current status of this proposal is. I'm still a little bit sensing that people aren't totally clear on what's the intent behind these 3 pieces is. So the one thing I think that we've heard is the idea that this is bigger than place-based. So it's really asking the state to make a commitment to do a real inventory across the state to understand what the state of information is. That's my read of what you were saying in this first bullet. That would lead to both being able to be strategic in your investments and what you're doing and do better and effective planning and management. That's what I've heard from the first bullet. The second one is around, you also need to have strong investment in state agency, interagency coordination, because right now, from what we understand, there's a lot of silos and a lot of different chunks of work happening, and it's not integrated. And so that's the other piece of it that would lead to better system-wide planning and management. And then the third one was around specifically developing water budgets. And this is one I think that was kind of an add-on to where the small group went to a different place than what we had talked about in the meeting. So I just want to we're kind of just checking to see if in intent, is this what you were intending as a group to build a recommendation around these system-wide issues, make statements about these, like the need for broader system-wide investment. Yeah. Dan.
Yeah, I mean, this is the iteration or reiteration of the Kate, and as restated by Anton's, the 3 big elements of data, agency funding, and interagency coordination. And I think, those, they might not be specifically place-based planning, but you can't have effective place-based planning without them, I think is what our conversation was on the 20th. So I like it. And I really don't have any problem with how it's stated. I suppose the three, I thought, no trouble, I've got this little dinky screen here, but the climate informed part, I thought that was coming up with more, you know, there's the kind of the existing data, and then there's the importance of maybe elevating the issue of the effects of climate change. And that was the climate informed part, but acknowledge, and I don't mind that addition either, saying don't hold everything up because we're, you know, that's a sort of something in progress to try to figure out what it is. But I mean, I'm okay with it as it's all written, and just wanted to commend folks for putting that together.
So I guess the question is back to on intent. Is this reflective of what the group feels? And the wordsmithing will figure it out. And I understand that the words matter, and there will be a bite of the apple when Lily helps craft version 3 of the straw. But we don't want to put it in there if the group doesn't actually agree with even the intent of this, if that makes sense. So let's go to Kimberly, Jennifer, and Peggy.
Yeah, and again, we very much support the intent.
Yeah.
As the bullet points I noted before, but I think when you were mirroring that back to us, I didn't hear the full intent. So again,
okay,
it's not just when we had earlier discussions, it was like, okay, we need to do an assessment of what we know, but then there will be data gaps. We need to do data gaps and then address those data gaps, which I think you get there towards too, but it's, I didn't hear you say that part of this is the intent is to fund the agency to address the data gaps.
Okay, so
and that's critical because we saw that in the place-based planning assessment that in certain areas they didn't have, for instance, you know, target fish flows, for instance. So you can't really plan if you don't have that information. So that's one example.
Okay. Okay. Jennifer and Peggy.
Kimberly made some of the same points that I was gonna make, which is kind of about kind of that, getting that, kind of what are the essential data? And and that might vary from place to place, but understand what the essential data needs are, and then the gaps. But also pointing out that, you know, as part of, because you're never gonna have perfect data. Like I think everybody gets that, you're never gonna have perfect data. So having a way to frame this in a way that doesn't imply that expectation that there's a bias towards good enough, or, you know, data that gives you good enough, and then you can use other data tools to be able to extrapolate something that is a bias towards action, or enough to be able to make a good enough decision as opposed to perfect data. I think is definitely, because otherwise you could spend so much time and money and resources on inventorying and collecting data, and I don't think that's what anybody would intend.
Yeah, it's kind of buried in here, but in number 3,
it's the very last.
It's the
very last.
Having climate informed water budgets should not be a prerequisite for regional water planning to begin, which was sort of acknowledging that it's important to have climate informed, updated data sets and information, and don't let perfection be the enemy of the good. To do planning to get going. So maybe there's a way for the group to kind of frame that in a reality testing kind of, as you suggested. And then to Kimberly's point of making sure that it speaks to the investment to fill data gaps. That's not just about understanding those, but to actually close the gap on the data. Anton, Peggy, and then we do have public comments. So I'm gonna have to cut us off in a couple minutes on that.
Thank you.
So just really quickly, so essential data as well as data gaps, and those were two phrases that I thought I heard. And I just wanted to think, what I thought that Lily had told us was that besides this meeting at the very beginning of our report, that there would also be a section in the actual place-based planning document that had almost the same things as in, to make it very clear that related to that subset of regional planning, this funding and this kind of thing would be needed to make sure that we were doing a double hit at this whole thing. Yes.
Yeah, again, just couldn't be more supportive of all of these principles here. I think it'd be good to look at them in a little bit more detail and try to refine them a bit. One thing that is challenging, all perfect basins are the same, all imperfect basins are the wrong way, right? So we don't really know what the essential data are until we try to go down that road of creating a water budget, right? So again, yeah, I don't know, just number one, I think we could think a little bit more about how we couch that, and of course, your goals, Bill did couch.
Is it kind of a data scan or like I guess I'm just again wanting to have the group be clear about what you mean about this inventory piece.
I think it's hard to say, and again, it'd be great to be proactive about this. There are certain things, the stream gauging network in all of our basins that we are currently lacking, probably in all of our basins, but it's very hard to say what the data gaps are until you start kind of wade into creating the water budgets. And then the last really important point is what kind of data, what data quality do we need to answer a particular question? For too many years, OWRD and Tractor talking past one another about trying to get stream gauges in a certain basin. We need stream gauges. Well, we don't have the money to do that. The reason was just because OWRD just wanted to drop gauge and very high quality public data. We didn't need that. We just needed something that basically told us roughly how much water was in there. So we finally sat down and talked about what that data needs. Okay, that won't be expensive. Well, we can do that, but we needed to really get into what kind of data did we need to answer the question at hand. Just don't lose sight of that either. But yeah, completely supportive of these principles.
Well, I've got no experience with water planning, so I don't know how it goes, but to me, it's always, or I should say always, but it seems that this process would be somewhat similar to a watershed council, which I do have experience with. You know, those watershed councils get funded through OWEB. They identify, early on in the years, the first thing that came to watershed councils is culvert prioritization. Find out where the greatest barriers to fish passage are and remedy them, funding them one at a time. We're at a point now, 20 years, 25 years after watershed councils came about, where we've done all the improvements for the major ones for fish passage projects, and we get to move on to different things. It seems like, this process would be somewhat similar to that, where who's ever in the basin, the stakeholders in the basin will determine what data needs to happen in order to do productive planning.
And I just take on to Bob's comment too. I mean, I know more about water quality planning than I know about water quantity planning, but I do know that there's some really, there are things that through the collaboration and, amount of data analysis, modeling, what have you, that can produce is things like, where do you actually get the biggest return on your crack, right? Like if you're actually going to address any one of these 6 things that you identify would be ideal to be addressed, which of those 6 things actually do the most to further the goals and outcomes that you've laid out for yourselves? And so that's going to be, since, and I assume that analogy applies, across our spectrum that we're talking about here, water planning, water quality, ecosystems, whatever. But, I think it circles back around to the importance of having not only the data, but the right data tools to be able to make meaning from the data and to be able to kind of get a nice return on decisions or issues that need to be addressed. So the culvert example, watershed councils is one of those examples, I think.
Can I check in with other work group members to see those we haven't heard from, how this kind of intentional pieces are sitting with you? Whether you feel like this is something that you would support putting into your report around these kind of overarching system needs for data scan, understanding what the state of data or information is, working to fill gaps, doing interagency, staff capacity for interagency coordination on planning.
in the context of getting the best plan possible.
In the context of supporting effective.
Right, I mean, that's, if these efforts help get you there, I think that keeps us in our swim lane. Otherwise, we're making, just fine, we'll just do a preamble and have all the crap, all the stuff that we need. Well, I don't think that's what we're doing here. So I think that all the things that were identified are certainly will maximize a plan if it's developed. And we want good plans, we want good data. So in order to get that, to maximize the plan, then we want to have it.
Margaret? Need data. Okay. Heather?
Yeah, I do all the water quality and quantity for Outbreak, so I am engrossed in data. And I understand how data can be used to show how effective a project is and how effective the plan is too. I wish Burns Pite was here, because I know when I was talking, Jason's here. I was gonna check in with him as well. Well, and you can't think of the name now. She was talking about how long it's taken Arnhem County to get through the place-based planning, and that them not having all their groundwater data they needed to create the plan really slowed down the process. And I can't say that's the only reason to slow down the process, but she said that like USGS had to come in and do 3 years worth of data collection for groundwater for them to get to the point where they could determine how much water do we have and how much water is actually being allocated out. And then from that, they could determine, wow, we're over allocating our water resources. And so I think that process might have been sped up if I already had that data, but it's hard to say.
Let's jump over to Jason.
Yeah, I don't want to put any words in there.
Not putting words in your mouth, just wanting to check actually with work group members on, are these ideas resonating for you enough that we can like move them into the next version of the straw? As overarching, but really specifically tied to enabling effective regional planning, water planning. So I haven't heard from Donna or Jason, Liliana, Oriana. That's it, that's on the phone yet, or still on the Zoom call. Liliana agrees with the big plates, she says in the chat. Any others? I think you all have talked about this so much that it doesn't feel like it's something we just need to get the words right and intent into the document. So let's give Lily a chance to do that. And then if there's some friendly wordsmithing or amendments we can make to make sure it's accurate reflection, we'll do that. But I think this is a pretty well aligned idea here. Okay.
Yeah, just be sure and look at the first 2 paragraphs before you get into the wordsmithing stuff, because I think the first 2 paragraphs are exactly what we all said.
Okay. All right. So Kristen says, thanks for the good feedback and recommendations on wording. Great discussion. Okay. So it sounds like maybe our small group would be willing to take another little crack at it with some support from Lily. Okay.
Well, I think.
Sounds like, because I just said that out loud.
Well, I think, there's been a few people that identified maybe some changes they would like. It seems like it might go out to the greater group. For
Yeah.
Their input.
It will. We'll put it into version 3 that everyone will have a chance to weigh in on, but I think this is a starting place to make sure you think we've got it right. That would be helpful. So I'm just going to bounce over to, we did have a public comment. Harmony, if you are prepared, she had some stuff going on and I think she's with us now and wanted to provide comment to the group.
Hey, can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, sounds good. Sorry if I get pulled away. My son is now homesick watching a movie. And if he runs out of popcorn, I'm going to get a loud demand for more. So my name is Harmony Burright. I worked for the department from 2015 to 2021. I helped to launch the place-based planning program and oversaw program development and supported multiple places doing the planning. The value, I know that implementation and the value of the plan was a big conversation point today. And unfortunately, I wasn't able to track all of it. So my apologies if some of this has already been raised, but wanted to bring it to your attention. The value of the plan was a recurring question and issue raised by the planning groups in our annual gatherings. Pretty much every time we spoke with them, this was of concern, interest and concern. In 2018, we developed a kind of table of thinking through what the value of the plan might be. We brought it before OWRD leadership, but didn't make much progress on kind of defining that and fleshing it out. In 2021, this issue was revisited and the commission asked to be engaged on this topic. Internally, we had quite a lot of conversations. As a staff person, I prepared a lot of materials for this. I didn't see some of them presented today and would encourage kind of having those available because there was a lot of thought that was put into them. There was a table prepared describing potential future support for the place-based planning groups. But as a staff person, we were advised not to share that publicly. But I do think there's a lot of thought that went into that product, and I would encourage this group to kind of draw upon some of the work that had happened on these topics prior to the group being convened. And I'm happy to provide some of that in writing.
Thank you, Harmony. Okay. So in the remaining 10 minutes that we have, I think probably worth us bouncing back to Lily and to the tracking document that we put together of like, what are the substantive issues at play as we barrel toward a very narrow final window of opportunity for this group to shape some recommendations to future decision makers about place-based planning, the tool, and evolving good regional water planning in general. So with that, Lily, if we could ask you to come back on. And I'm going to pull up this tracking table. Please, again, bear in mind, this was state of the discussion before today. So this is not reflective of anything that you've talked about up till this point. I'll share my screen actually, so I can kind of control it a little bit. And then Lily, if you could maybe just speak a little bit to, as we're kind of just scanning through this, where you see there have been some changes. You don't have to be precise, but just where you think there are changes. And then tee up for us or for the group a little bit of how you're thinking about constructing version 3 of the straw. Because it will probably look quite different than the previous versions because there's a lot of coalescing and condensing into what we think is the real material of what you're working with. And all that to say that that'll be our best guess, not for us to decide, it's for you all to decide. So with that, Lily, I hope I've set you up okay to kind of lead us out to the end here.
Robin, do you want me to go through this document or are you going to? Or do you want me to just give you like an overview of what I'm thinking?
I think when we get to the buckets that there will be changes based on the conversation today to just emphasize that. So I'm just going to start with what we've got captured as these kind of broader system-wide overarching recommendations that are related to an inventory and analysis of data, staff capacity and interagency coordination, and funding specifically climate-informed water budgets. So based on the conversation today, I'm assuming we're still leaving these pieces in with some of the friendly amendments that were discussed and that we sort of summarized just 5 minutes ago. So I don't think we need to talk about that. Okay, let's go down to, we did not discuss this piece of community engagement. But there was a request and a response from the community engagement task group to articulate purpose of the guide. And that is written here. The guide is intended to be a tool to ensure that a diversity of voices are proactively and continuously included throughout a water planning effort and in ongoing management. It's intended to be accessible, flexible, and inclusive in order to support diverse regions and communities. The hope is that by providing this guide to regional water planning and management groups, it will provide support to ensure that no one is left out of the process. And the small group who worked on the system-wide ideas of, water budget, data inventory, interagency thought, that's really an important principle for all types of planning. And so they suggested to put that up into this kind of more overarching suggestion that you have this guide. It could be handed over to place-based planning groups. You could also use this guide intentionally for all types of water planning. So that's the what of that. And we don't have time to talk about it right now, but that's where it is. And so just be aware that, we may be really asking you to give some, if you have feedback on it, we want. On the place-based planning tools, I'm going to skip over number 1 because we didn't even talk about it today. But we did talk about the tiered grant. So how might this look differently going forward?
Yeah, so I think we, based on the conversation that we had earlier today, we've sort of drafted some preliminary, we've broken this up into like 3 recommendations. One being, do you want me to share those now, Robin, or?
I'm just gonna kind of type them loosely up on this so people can see it.
Okay, so the first one would be the place-based planning grant should have criteria established that align with strategic priorities determined by the state and consider planning group readiness.
And consider
planning group readiness.
This is not verbatim, but people just.
The second would be the place-based planning grant should be tiered to provide on-ramps for groups with differing levels of need in terms of capacity and resources.
Okay.
And then the third one would be the place-based planning grant should be structured to ensure planning groups that continue to meet criteria in planning and implementation guidelines are consistent with statewide IWRS principles are given priority to receive funding for continued planning and implementation coordination. It's a long one.
So it's to the point of these groups that you've invested in don't get knocked out partway through the process if you've invested in them, so long as they're demonstrating the criteria are being met in progress. Okay, so that's how that one will change to reflect the conversation from today, which is actually this one. This one is around the structured part, which is this. And this actually goes down here. Oops. Oops. Okay. Yeah, so this one is moving down here. We haven't addressed whether or not the community engagement guide priorities should also be considerations for.
Thank you. I can't see.
Oh, okay, sorry.
I didn't see anything to do it.
Thought it was that it's 4 o'clock, they're kicking the
Yeah,
can.
like that. This is
And then recognition of a plan and opportunities for implementation down here on page 6 of our document.
Yeah, we'll be revising these based on the conversations we had today. I don't have specific language yet.
Okay, so we'll make these changes and get it out the door. And then still on the table for discussion is really it's use of the community engagement principles. Should they be considerations for criteria in the competitive grant? We haven't really addressed that, whether or not that's a proposal to go forward. And then we haven't really addressed this sort of outstanding question of any statement or advice or recommendation that we really want to make with respect to sustaining place-based planning program. Whether or not you, given the investment. So the comment that the conversation that happened in June was if place-based planning is to occur, the state should provide resources. And we've talked about all these different things like building foundational trust, helping groups prepare for execute planning, professional independent facilitation, support for meaningful community engagement, capacity support specifically to tribal and other underrepresented or marginalized communities for meaningful engagement. And the question was, you know, do you want to say anything about what it takes or ways in which you would advise the state in maintaining, kind of sustaining the support for these things, because they are big investments. And we haven't discussed that really at all. We've talked about all of the necessary elements. You've talked about the big kind of timeline that it took for the pilots. But you haven't really talked about if there's anything specific that you want to recommend or make statements about with regards to that.
So I think really, so in my understanding of budgeting, the part that's important is that it be in the budgets and not pops all the time. So that's the very first thing, because we're talking about staffing and not capital kinds of things. I'm not sure we can go beyond the 2-year, which is why in the earlier conversation that we had today about the place-based planning groups providing a biennial report is what helps us continue to fund and make sure that there is ongoing money. But the only other ongoing money is the comment that Raquel made earlier, that it needs to be in their base budgets. That's the most help because they can still cut them, but it's a level of protection.
Not limited duration positions.
Right.
To
And
the
not
extent
limited duration
possible.
positions. Right.
Well, it's a conversation maybe to be had at another time, since we're at 4 o'clock. But I did want to just flag it that it's sort of been sitting out there. We haven't dealt with it at all. I think you all have made a lot of progress today, and I just want to extend a lot of appreciation for the focus and to all those who kind of helped bring information to bear on this discussion, including the small groups who got your heads together to put some ideas forward. So I think, Lily, if you could just also just quickly share a time frame for what we're expecting with version 3.
I'm sorry, Shara, what?
A time frame. What's the expectation for people with version 3? When should we expect that it gets to them?
Ooh, what a good question that I don't know the answer to off the top of my head. Soon.
Great answer.
So, I would have to look it up. I think we have it written down somewhere, but sometime
Before
next
the
week.
November 14th meeting.
Yes.
This week or?
I think November 7th is the 1 week out. Kind of prep for November 14th.
Okay. So no later than November 7th, to give you at least some to review. And then we'll follow up with some communication about what to expect with the next couple of meetings and where we're headed. One thing that would be really helpful to us is if you could look at the tracking tool and just if there are big substantive conceptual ideas that you don't see in there that you think are still at play, please flag those for the whole group so that we can figure out what to do with them. This is our best tracking, and also we might not have it right. So you do need to let us know if there's anything that's really seriously missing that you think has been at play that we just hopefully not missed, but if we did, we're open, it's still for us for you to share that with us. And then we'll have some more specific instructions about how to review and respond to version 3. But it'll probably be another kind of written response opportunity before we get to our next discussion. Okay. Yeah.
So I see that the December 6th is going to be via Zoom as well. We're not going to try to get together again.
I don't think so. It's gonna be virtual.
Is it fair to ask you to get clarity from Representative Ellen talking about these, or do you want one of her?
We can pass it along.
Okay.
And yeah, we always debrief with the process leadership team, so we can pass that question along and see if there's anything that your other reps want to offer back to the group. And either email or opening remarks at the next conversation. Okay,
Yeah.
okay, we'll make that an action item. All right.
Is there a way for us to find out who was on the Zoom today?
Who is on the Zoom today?
Yeah.
Yes, we can share that with you after the call-ins, for sure.
Thank you.
Thanks everybody for hanging with us and appreciate our flexibility around running the hybrid. And we'll look forward to catching up with you again soon. So enjoy the rest of your evening.
Thank you. Thank you for all the work.